Okay, we have not formally started yet, although we are under recording. However, I just wanted to start by, going over a few things, uh, mainly for people who are here to give their opinions and thoughts on the St. Felix Street matter, which is going to be, I guess, the very large one. Um, all right, well, you have made it here. What we're going to try to do is we want to do this as quickly as possible because we do have a lot of matters. In addition to St. Felix Street, we have several uh, other matters and every one of them will require presentations as well. So we ask that, to try to be as efficient as possible on this. Um, Now, for people who are going to testify live over this, we will do a couple of minutes for each person, but we'll have to be very strict about this. And if it gets loaded up too much, I'm going to have to start cutting off people. We don't have to do that, but we just want to try to make sure that we get as much as we can in and to get the information out as well as possible. Uh, and yeah, that basically is it. We're waiting right now for the quorum so that we can first begin the hearing. The order of this matter is how we'll do this gathering is first we do a hearing. It will be the St. Felix Street hearing for the ULURP. Once that hearing is completed, we'll then begin the formal meeting of the Landmarks Land Use Committee. We'll take a couple of minutes at that, to do the introductions at the Land Use Committee, Landmarks, and we'll speak to, get the information straight and introduce ourselves. And then we'll then begin the process of voting on either approval or disapproval of the St. Felix Street application. Then after that, we still have from the New York City Planning Commission. We have uh, more text amendments that have to be discussed. They'll be presenting as well. And then we have Landmark Preservation Commission applications after that from people who are, so we have a lot of presenters, we have a lot of items. We will appreciate everybody trying to be as succinct and brief as possible. I, if there's any run on, I will ask our board office to do a mute button on it. So I don't want to have to do that, but let's try to do that. Right now, are we still waiting for quorum?
We have quorum.
We have quorum.
Well, okay. All right, very well. Okay, so let's start up the public hearing. It's the ULURP application, Z10278ZMK for 130 St. Felix Street. And it's a request for matters for 130 St. Felix Street. We'll have I'll give off the presenters first, with some of the people who are presenting. Stephanie Rhodes and Brian Kelly of the Gotham organization, Don Kaplan and Jim Bushing, and Ben Absalom of the something I have a collective, BX Collective, and Melanie Myers-Fried, Melanie Myers, excuse me, from the firm of Fried Frank, and Shelley Greenbrook from the music school, the Brooklyn Music School. Now, how this will work is that we'll have the presenters will present first, and then at the end of their presentations, we will take the public comments and ask again people to be as brief as possible, since we do have a lot of people who wish to comment. We do have a chat room, as you see in the corner, on the right-hand corner, and that would help us a lot, because if you want to say something, you can use the chat function, and it'll still be recorded, and it'll still be there, and we'll see it as the meetings are moving along. And we appreciate your help in that. Okay, so now what they're requesting to do, and give me some patience on this, is a zoning map amendment to change from a C61 district with a special downtown Brooklyn district to a C64 and a C66 districts. Just bear in mind that the C61s, the floor area ratios on that one commercially is 6, and the residential was a 0.87. If it's a C64, then the commercial floor area ratios are 10, and the residential floor area ratio is also a 10. The C66 commercial floor area ratios can be up to 15, and the residential floor area ratios are 10. There's a zoning text amendment will modify section 101-21D of the zoning resolution to secure a permit for the floor area ratio in the C6 district. In the mapping of the mandatory inclusionary housing district in housing areas for establishing after the date of the preferred text amendment, ZR section 101-82, to make an existing special permit for the bulk modification of the C69 district, applicable is in a C64 and a C66 districts, mapped after the date of adoption of the proposed map. B, Appendix F of the established, of the mandatory MIH area, permitting a option 1 for the work and the workforce option in the project area. The third thing is that a special permit from the City Planning Commission for the ZR section 101-82 to modify rear yard court and lower in the lower lot coverage. For regulations for applicable to merge, the zoning lot consisting of lots 37, 40, and 7501 collectively for the development of the development site. 5, a special permit for the CPC pursuant to ZR section 74-533 to waive parking regulations applicable to the developing of the at the development site. The purpose of the application is for a 23-story, approximately 140,000 square foot mixed use building with 3 stories of space for the for the expansion of the adjoining Brooklyn Music School, including a story below grade and 21 stories of residential use built in accordance with this city MIH program. We have received 7 letters in opposition, and rather in support of the application, and we have received 9 letters in opposition of the application.
Excuse me, Mr. Gordon,
Yes.
may I just amend that to there being 37 letters in support and 70 letters in opposition?
Okay, thank you. All right. So, but they all are on record, and we do have them. So if anybody wants to know what has happened. They are on record with the board office. So that's a bit more than I expected, but thank you. Okay.
Carol Ann says 7-0 or 17 letters of opposition. What was the number? 70, as in 10 times 7? Carol Ann, are you there?
Yes. 70. 10 times 7.
7-0.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I shall now, the applicants shall now, or whoever, which one of you first, start your presentation. Whatever one of you have.
Sure. As soon as I have presenter permission, I will start the presentation. Thank you. All right. Looks like everyone can see my screen. Can you confirm?
See, yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the thorough introduction and for having us to present the project this evening. I will try to be quick with the slides. You've already given a lot of information. So I'll go as quickly as possible, knowing we have a lot of people who would like to speak. Here's a recap of what's been done to date. We have met with the community board several times, and we've met with other groups, and we took your recommendations to focus our efforts on grassroots outreach since our last meeting. We've been able to introduce the project to a number of area residents in one-on-one meetings as well. The site's located in this through lot here between St. Felix Street and Ashland Place, adjacent to the Williamsburg Savings Bank building, 1 Hanson Place, and next to the Brooklyn Music School's existing facility. So again, an overview, this is a partnership between Brooklyn Music School and Gotham. Brooklyn Music School reached out to Gotham in 2015 when the site was put up for sale to discuss a potential partnership and expansion project. The resulting proposal is approximately 146,000 square feet, 23 stories, and up to 120 total units. Of course, that will offer 20,000 square feet of expansion space to be owned by Brooklyn Music School. That will be, again, on the seller first and second levels. This transaction allows them to purchase and own debt-free the space, which is greatly needed. Their current facility is in need of repair, and they would not be able to survive if they had to close their doors to make those necessary repairs. So this offers them a chance to continue to grow, stay vital, and continue operating in the community that they've been in for over 100 years. A little on Gotham, like Brooklyn Music School, we've been here for over 100 years, 5th generation family-run developer, extensive experience building offices, hospitals, a long history of partnering with not-for-profit organizations around the city. Now I'm going to hand it off momentarily to Shelby Green. Shelby is the chair of the Brooklyn Music School Board of Trustees.
Thank you. As you already have prepared slides in front of you, I'll just take a minute or two to put the proposed project in the context of BMS's past and current place in the community. BMS now faces an existential issue. While it has the heart and commitment to continue its role as the cultural driver of the community, BMS lacks the physical resources to do so. The 100-year-old row houses that make up the existing facilities are revealing their age. While we are grandfathered under the existing different building code regime, the row houses are yet falling apart, and band-aids on the infrastructure are not the best approach to safety or sustainability. Not only do the old buildings constrain use, they also constrain BMS's capacity for creativity. While inspired, we think, initially by by creativity, music today is crafted and often produced with the aid of technology. We can't do these things in the existing cobbled together brick row houses. So the expansion will shore up BMS as a hub for traditional and innovative arts. The story of BMS began not long after the emergence of the shanty towns in Fort Greene. In the early 1900s, BMS offered music lessons in not so pretty places, wherever it could find a space, like the Navy Yard amid shipbuilding, and to the poor and struggling, and for 30 cents a lesson. The expansion project will cement this storied legacy by making possible tools for distance learning, engineered acoustics, sound recording studios, music production labs, double the performance and instructional space, accessibility for persons of all physical abilities. And as a community performance space, it will serve as an anchor for other not-for-profit community arts programs. So the new project is an addition to BMS's current home, not a replacement. It will allow continuous operations without BMS having to relocate or shut down while we retool the aging existing facility. It will also help to keep Fort Greene an ethnically and economically diverse community. As our slides show, on the next slide, the cultural, racial, ethnic, and income diversity of students, teachers, and leaders in BMF is its foundation. The arts instruction offered covers all genres and forms. And this has always been so, and the new project will enable it to continue to embrace differences and affinities. Keeping music and arts instruction available and affordable and opening the doors to all residents is a key tool, we think, to keeping the community open and inclusive. And BMS will own the new space, which will ensure a high degree of fiscal security. And as it will serve the larger community, it will also work to achieve social equity. And we think this is really important, thinking about some of the lingering impacts of past exclusionary government and private land practices in Fort Greene, like the disinvestment brought on by redlining against once thriving enclaves of Black craftsmen to being targets of Robert Moses' plan to revitalize the community code, removing the poor and ethnic minorities, to the displacement by the discovery of Fort Greene by those seeking open and green spaces. So we think that there is another challenge to residents of Fort Greene, and those involve rising housing prices in the area. For example, between 2010 and 2019, the median home price in Fort Greene rose 118%. So this Gotham BMS mixed use, mixed income project, planning many affordable housing units, will act as a bulwark against the loss of diversity in the housing markets. And finally, the proposed project is important to Brooklyn leaders. The preservation and support of arts and culture in the community is championed by many government leaders and many other arts groups, some of whom you will hear tonight. The City Council Majority Leader, Lori Cumbo in particular, has worked to solidify the future of BMS and other arts institutions through sizable allocations of funding in the city budget. This on the belief that arts and culture are fundamental to an economically and culturally thriving community. As Leader Cumbo stated, and I quote, "Brooklyn's got a special sauce. We've got to protect that sauce, and Gotham, we've got to protect that sauce. We've got to make sure that artists are able to create and live here. And this Gotham BMS project is a main ingredient in that sauce." Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Shelby.
You're welcome.
I'll
Okay,
hand it off now to Dan Kaplan.
good evening. Dan Kaplan, Senior Partner, FX Collaborative Architects. So I'm just going to walk through the design really quickly. We start with the context, and the context here is locally the St. Felix Historic District, which is a very district of disparate heights and building typologies, from brownstone to high-rise buildings in the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower. Next slide, please. And from this, it's back, please. This has always been the case. Once the Long Island Railroad and they came in and the transportation networks. This is a clipping from the Brooklyn Eagle in the 1920s. And yeah, there's maybe people can mute because there's a lot of background going on. Chair, can people mute because there's a lot of, it's hard to hear. Great, thank you. This has been a place because of the transit rich and the amenity rich area that has supported higher densities. Next slide, please. And fast forward to the 2020s and the 20-teens, where the transportation and the other amenity networks has been recognized through the rezoning, and you've seen along the Flatbush corridor the growth of high-rise buildings all along. Our proposal is the red element stripe about a little bit to the right. Thank you for pointing that out. We are 1/4 the height of the current building going up at DeKalb. I'm sorry, at the corner of DeKalb and Flatbush. Next. So, how does some contextual views? We worked hard to craft this building into the context. This is a view, Hanson Place looking west. You see the east face of the One Hanson Place Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower, and just to the right of it, we have located the top of the building 20 feet below the shoulder of One Hanson Place, so the iconic tower can remain free, and then it cascades down to St. Felix Street. Next. And this is a view on Ashland Place looking south with the new medical building to the left, and we are that vertically striped gold and tan building in the middle, and the mechanical equipment you can see right on top of that is actually the mechanical equipment on top of the shoulder of One Hanson Place. So you can see that iconic tower remains visible and free. Next. From 4th Avenue, looking north, it's the slightly darker toned insertion just to the left of One Hanson Place. Next. And then from Flatbush looking north, you can see 300 Ashland to the left, One Hanson in the middle, and our proposed building stepping down to the east. You could also see here a little bit of the coloration of the building, where it's darker up above and lighter down below, so each piece is distinguished. Next. So this was part and parcel of our idea, was that the building would do two major things. One is make a composition with the Hanson Place Church and the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower, and be a third part of the ensemble in color, texture, architectural expression. And second, that it would make an appropriate and lower scaled street law along St. Felix Street, both in height, but also in the civic use. So how did we do that? Next. We started with, this is a view looking down on St. Felix Street. The church is on the left and the music school is on the right. The blue represents 2 floors above grade of the music school that fills out the block and continues the arts use on the south side of St. Felix. Next. Then we set the building back 20 feet and 20 feet, one more time. Next. And 20 more feet, so that the majority of the residential building is 40 feet setback from St. Felix, and also set back from the north face of the church 24 feet. That both allows for the required view corridor from One Hanson Place itself, and also view to the rose window on the north side of the church. Next. And then the building continues to step back as it steps up in 12-foot and 3-story increments away from St. Felix. Next slide. As it looks like from the street, I'm sorry, next slide. Yeah, no, this is good. So here it is. In sum, the building is 20 feet lower than the shoulder of One Hanson Place. It has an Art Deco vertically oriented architecture that cascades down to St. Felix Street, that the coloration is harmonious, and then on St. Felix Street itself, there's a townhouse scale. Next. This is how it feels like on St. Felix Street. You're looking south. The music school is on the right, the existing music school. Then the new music school goes further along with its entrance in between. The street wall is 33 feet high, and it marries into the plane of the church itself. And the second canopy down on the street is the residential entrance. Next, on Ashland Place, we also have a 33-foot high base, and the rest of the building sets back 18 feet. That lower scale relates to Bam Fisher. At the ground floor of that volume is the loading docks and generators that are for the One Hanson Place tower. And up above on the second floor is Brooklyn Music School with its identity on Ashland Place. Next. So one thing I really wanted to focus on here is we actually presented this project to you almost exactly a year ago today. It was in a significantly different form. It architecturally, the same coloration and so forth, but the massing has undergone a pretty significant transformation. If you go to the next slide, through the landmarks commission process and certificate of appropriateness process, the mass was moved towards Ashland Place. As I said, 40 feet away from St. Felix Street. It was lowered so that the shoulder is clearly less than the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower. And really, you could see this sort of dramatic difference in this drawing that really tucks the building back in against the Williamsburg Savings Bank Tower. Next, I'm just going to run through some organizational plans and sections real quick, and then sustainability. So this is a cut through the building, looking north. Ashland Place is on the left, St. Felix is on the right. You can see the two main floors of Brooklyn Music School above grade and one partial floor below grade. Above that is the residential building, which is set back from both streets and especially from St. Felix to 40 feet. Next slide. Basic plans on the left is the basement plan, the cellar plan that shows in blue Brooklyn Music School and gray the rest of the functions of the building. I'm just going to spend a little bit more time on the right-hand side of the page where there's ground floor plan. On St. Felix, the blue is Brooklyn Music School. It has 61 feet of frontage on St. Felix. The yellow is the residential, 16 feet of frontage, and then there's the egress corridor for the emergency egress corridor for One Hanson Place is the rest of the frontage. On St. Felix, on Ashland Place, all those elements in gray are the required functions for One Hanson Place. Loading and emergency generator and others, and then the yellow is the rear entrance to the residential building. Next, second floor on the left is Brooklyn Music School, the whole floor with frontages on both streets and presence on both streets. On the right is the first floor of the residential. Next, as the tower steps up, on the left you see basically the typical footprint of the tower and how it opens up and allows views to the east from the One Hanson Place tower. And then finally, sustainability, last slide before I turn it over. This building is set up to be a very energy efficient building. It's not an all glass building. It has substantial amount of masonry surface, which could be highly insulated. That allows us to right size our mechanical systems and to be energy efficient. At local law 97, which is the carbon footprint reduction laws, is highly on our mind, and we will be designing this to defer as many of those as possible. In addition, there'll be green roofs, there'll be water runoff control, there'll be healthy materials, and in sum, it'll be a sustainable home and package for both BMS and the residents of the building above. And with that, I'll turn it over to Penny King of Fried Frank, who will go through the zoning actions. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
The project requires 4 land use actions: a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, and 2 special permits. The first action is a zoning map amendment to change a C61 district in the special downtown Brooklyn district to C64 and C66 districts within the special district, as you can see on the map. The rezoning will increase the permitted density next to a major transit hub and bring the overbuilt One Hanson Place into closer compliance with floor area regulations. Next slide. The second action is a zoning text amendment, which will do 3 things. First, a text amendment to Appendix F will establish a mandatory inclusionary housing area to require permanently affordable housing to be developed in the rezoning area. Next, a text amendment to Section 101-21D will increase the permitted residential FAR from 9 to 12 in mandatory inclusionary housing areas in the C66 special district. This will allow for residential development and affordable housing consistent with most higher density commercial districts in the special district and throughout New York City. The last text amendment to Section 101-82 will allow an existing special permit allowing for bulk modifications in C69 districts to be applicable in C64 and C66 districts as well, to address unique conditions at the project site. Next slide, please. The third action is the special permit under modified Section 101-82 for 3 limited bulk modifications that are related to the LPC approval and existing site conditions. First, as you can see here, we are seeking a modification of rear yard requirements to allow the building's mass to be shifted towards Ashland Place and away from St. Felix Street. This will be consistent with the building envelope that was approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Along Ashland Place, the 3rd story of the building and a 4-foot deep portion of the building up to the 22nd story will extend into the rear yard. Along St. Felix Street, the 3rd story of the building will extend into a portion of the rear yard. This will help to establish an architectural relationship between the building and the adjacent Brooklyn Music School townhouses. The other 2 waivers relate to existing conditions at One Hanson. Next slide, please. We are seeking a modification to permit an inner court condition along the lot line with One Hanson, where there's an existing shallow setback adjacent to a fire stair within One Hanson, highlighted in blue here. This existing setback will result in a shallow court condition between the 2 buildings, requiring a waiver. Next slide, please. The last bulk modification will increase the lot coverage permitted above a height of 150 feet from 40% to 54%. This is due to the high lot coverage of the existing One Hanson building, which occupies roughly 38% of the zoning lot. If One Hanson were not part of the zoning lot, the project would have a lot coverage of approximately 30% and would comply with lot coverage regulations. Next slide. The 4th and final action is the special permit under Section 74-533 to waive parking requirements in a building containing at least 20% income restricted housing units. The project is in a very transit-rich location, and the waiver of 17 parking spaces will allow the base of the building to be used for Brooklyn Music School space rather than parking facilities. Now I'll turn it back to Stephanie. Thank you, Penny. It's just unmuting myself. So based on questions that have been posed in previous meetings, I wanted to provide a more in-depth look at the affordable homeownership component. So as you know, 30% of the units will be set aside as mandatory inclusionary housing affordable homeownership units. Those will be for families earning low and moderate income, with the income bands demonstrated here on the right. 70% of area median income, 90% of area median income, and 100% of area median income. And below, I also have included a table that shows, based on 2021 area median income, what a buyer's required income would be based on their income band, based on the household size, and based on the type of unit. Just to note that as AMI changes from year to year, the exact qualifying income ranges for St. Felix would be established at a later date, but these give a close approximation for context. These units will be distributed throughout the building in compliance with HPD regulations. And right now we are looking at approximately 5% studio units, 40 to 50% one bedroom, 35 to 40% two bedroom, and 10 to 15% three bedroom. So we are focusing on larger family sized units. So ultimately, what will it cost? Families will pay no less than and no more than 35% of their gross income towards housing costs. That's both mortgage and their common area maintenance expenses. The common areas and amenity spaces, of course, are shared amongst all residents, same front door, same amenities available to all unit owners. And the prices will ultimately be dependent on income limits, as I said, set for the project later on. However, units will be significantly discounted, approximately 60% discount to market rate. So what that means is that families will be able to realize tax benefits as home buyers and build equity as the value of their home increases over time. And how we're going to accomplish this, we will be partnering with Pratt Area Community Council, otherwise known as Impact Brooklyn. They have extensive experience in this district as an inclusionary housing marketing agent to ensure access to quality, affordable housing. So together we'll conduct informational sessions well in advance of the application period so that we are sure the community is informed of the opportunity, how to take advantage of it, and everything that comes along with it. Of note, 50% of the units will be set aside for Community Board 2 residents, so for this district. In addition, there will be seminars, financial literacy courses. These are engineered to help prepare buyers for everything they need to know for purchasing and for maintaining a home. Finally, I wanted to touch on briefly just the construction process. Of course, we will remain in constant communication with the community on construction. Construction activities will provide look-aheads on our website, and there will be a point of contact by email for any questions and concerns. So in conclusion, just a quick overview of the timeline ahead, including the planned date to commence construction. And you can always access our website at stfelixmusicandliving.com for up-to-date information and to contact us directly. Thank you.
Okay, is that your presentation?
Yes, that concludes the
Okay, thank you
presentation.
very much. Okay.
Carlton, can you see that calendar again? Could you just quickly flash the last slide, I think?
Sure, just one moment. And here we go.
Okay.
Starting at May, June, well, which is now, and hopefully finish to February, I guess, second quarter of 2024. Okay, well, speaking of construction, that's one of the areas that I was a little concerned about because of the tight, it's a tight space between the, well, I still call it the Williamsburg Bank Building, and we have Bank Fisher back in there. So you have going from Ashland through to St. Felix, you have a very tight space. So that's one of the things that I was concerned about is construction. And also, there's, as many of you know, I know many people know, I don't know how well the presenters know it, but I'm sure people on Brooklyn Music School know that there was a long time where I won't say that the St. Felix Street fell apart, but it had to be reopened and redone. Putting a large building in there constructing it and hopefully looking for the support or areas that I think of that I understand that people have concerns about. I don't know if anybody can address those concerns.
Yeah, that street collapse call for the 1997. The total street collapse and had to be rehabilitated. Those houses collapsed. You know, and it was a very tricky engineering feat. Yeah, and we raised that. I don't know if the developer even acknowledged that in the presentation. I don't even know if the developer even acknowledged the.
It's
Well, let him
Brian.
answer. Okay, Ernest, let him answer. Yeah, at this point. Go ahead.
I didn't hear it. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. It's Brian Kelly from the Gotham organization. We are aware that there are subway tunnels under the streets in both Ashland and St. Felix Street. We would be extremely careful and prudent to not use any construction methods which cause vibration. So for example, for a foundation, to use drilled elements versus driven elements. That would be a first example. To have vibration monitors and different devices in coordination with the MTA to monitor those exact concerns. We would have to get to start construction MTA approval of the foundation design relative to foundation methods, designs, and loads. And then there would be an agreement also with the MTA as customary for any site within 200 feet of a below grade MTA structure for very significant monitoring. I have heard the stories, and we're very cognizant and careful as we think about this moving forward. So the comments noted, and we would be extremely diligent about our construction approach here on the site. We're working with Langen Engineering for our geotechnical, which would be the construction portion of the foundations, which would impact subsurface tunnels. They're best in class, and we would work with them, DOB and the MTA, to exactly address and make sure those type of situations which you referenced would never happen here.
So
Thank you.
I just had hope that you would make that known in your presentation. You know, I get a nice presentation. Everything is looks nice and shiny, but I think it's sort of disingenuous that you do not make that.
Ernest, excuse me, but your voice is very muffled. Can you get closer to the microphone or do something? It's difficult to understand.
I just turned the volume up. That when you make that presentation to the public, to the community, you're aware of that up front. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ernest. Since we're now in the area of of our hearing where the members of the board and the members of the committee are speaking, obviously. So, okay, we're into that right now. We'll take the next committee member or board member. Go ahead, John.
I'll go next. Mr. Kelly, the collapse of St. Felix can't be taken lightly. The facade on every building on the east side of that block had to be replaced. The entrances to those houses were plywood until they could be restored. That whole project took years. What it showed is that the foundation under, with all of those tunnels, and there are pictures that demonstrate this, is not secure. What you described and the difficulty and the narrowness of St. Felix, and you did talk about how the equipment gets into that very narrow site, and that the equipment itself is heavy. I don't know who can give you any guarantees about the foundation, given we already had a major collapse. So to add something to this extent hasn't been done before. I understand that we're going to have all the experts imaginable to work this particular project, but it doesn't give you the assurance that still nothing is going to happen. My other question is, that is a 23-story tower building. What shadows will that building cast at different periods throughout the course of the day over St. Felix Street and the other parts of the neighborhood? I didn't see any shadow renderings in either of your presentations. I should also add that when you made the presentation to the community board back last year, you spoke with the executive committee only, and that was post-pandemic. So the actual landmarks committee members that would have been able to give you what I'm telling you now were not present. So this presentation does not satisfy what you would have heard if you had interviewed with the entire landmarks committee. Not your fault, but it didn't happen, and this is a community board. We have to be safeguards of the existing community. Mr. Gordon, I have a lot more, but I'm going to open the floor up for somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Dew. Mr. Kelly, I think Mr. Kelly should answer your questions, and then we'll move over to other members of the board and the committee.
Can I just intervene for 1 second, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, yeah, yes, Carolyn.
I just want to remind the committee that this is the public hearing, so we should be taking comment now and then move into the committee discussion.
However,
That is correct.
Yeah, we're trying to make it move as well also, but we want to start with some of the concerns of the committee, and that will be part of the discussion in the meeting part of the meeting.
Can we give a quick response to John, and then we can move forward? I just wanted to make sure, his concerns were addressed, and I appreciate what he said regarding the executive committee meeting. As far as shadow studies, we have conducted those. Given the height of other buildings in the area, we are actually in shadow ourselves and are not casting any significant additional shadow. We do have those shadow studies. I could reference them for you, but I can just say that for the most part, other buildings are shadowing us.
With regard to the comment about the tunnel, I also don't take that lightly. I'll give an example of one of the steps we would take customarily adjacent to any subsurface structures like MTA tunnels, which I clearly assume based on what you've told me interacted with the sidewalks and those structural conditions you mentioned, is when we engage the MTA, we would enter into what's called an access agreement. We would have to send our engineers into the tunnels with their engineers to do a pre-construction survey and analysis of the conditions. That's protocol, specifically given the proximity. Then we would have to design loads and our structure, and those would be reviewed by both engineered and gone back and forth, and likely have a third entity that's a third party hired by the MTA to peer review. So I take the comment, it's noted. It's not that we're not thinking about it, it's just I didn't want to make the presentation excessively long and technical, but it's a great question and it's on record, and we will definitely keep it at the top of mind.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Before we move on to publics, any other from the committee or from the board members that has something that they must
Alton?
Yes.
Hi,
You
this
have
is
to
Denise.
formally open the meeting, Mr. Gordon.
Mr.
Gordon, Bill Flinoy, I have my hand raised, please.
Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple quick questions in regards to the actual presentation you just gave me. Currently, right now, I noticed that with the LPC approval, that you actually took advice from us and did a lot of the things that we suggested, and LPC gave you approval of the new design. The one thing I'm concerned about is without the approvals, what's the height that you would actually be able to attain without the approvals that you're currently asking for?
I can answer that question pretty briefly. None. We share a zoning lot with One Hanson Place, so based on the overbuild of One Hanson Place as an existing condition, we would not be able to construct anything of any height. on the site.
Stephanie,
Okay.
one thing,
This is Melanie.
one thing though, yeah, Melanie, you should answer what the
Yeah.
zoning district allows
Yeah,
though in height though.
from a zoning, this is Melanie Myers from Freedom Range. Under the current C61 zoning, the maximum height of development is 495. So the
Sure.
project that you're looking at is about 200 more than what zoning allows.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure, under the current zoning that exists today, the C61 zoning, and this isn't taking into account landmarks or anything else, pure zoning standpoint, towers with a height of 495 feet are allowed under the current zone.
Okay, thank you. And how much extra FAR do you get with the MIH?
The MIH under the proposed zoning, under the proposed zoning, both for the C6 as well as the C64, the residential FAR would be 12.
12?
12.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'm going to move on to the public comments. And I don't have any list in front of me, so I'm going to be depending upon Taya and Carol Ann to call out a name and whoever is asked to speak, we'll try to keep it under 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. I'm going to call 5 names, so please listen for your name and be prepared to speak in the order that you're being called. Bobby Haynes, Terry Grice, May Yu, Sandy Rayburn, Sharuv Datta.
Good evening. I'm Bobby Haynes. I am the director of the Ambassadors for Christ the Adjourn Workshop Incorporated. I am saying that I am in support of Brooklyn Music School expansion project. I'm concerned that we will have available rental space for nonprofit organization. As a director, I find it very hard to find affordable rental space. Perhaps I don't know if you remember the Dr. Weiss Community Center, it turned into a condo, and many other places that we rehearsed at turned into condos. So I'm hoping that the Brooklyn Music School will allow nonprofit organizations to have rental space, not only on like one day, but during the week times, and perhaps even have space enough to allow us to have performances. I'm also a student that used to attend the Brooklyn Music School, so I am really familiar with needing the space. And I'm just hoping that they would allow to have the opportunity to have nonprofit organizations to utilize the space. And I am in support of this project. So I would just like to let you know that I am in support, and I'm really hoping that they will allow to have the nonprofit organizations to be part of this, because I think it is a great thing. It's well overdue, and the Brooklyn Music School really needs it. I really know that they need the space, and we need to have affordable rental space down here in downtown Brooklyn.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person.
Terry Grice. Okay, not hearing Terry. We'll go to the next person on the list. Mary Yu.
It's May Yu. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, Caroline. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Gordon and members of Brooklyn CB2. My name is May Yu, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate and Economic Development at the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership. On behalf of DBP and the 3 downtown business improvement districts we represent, I'd like to express our strong support for Brooklyn Music School and Gotham Organization's project at 130 St. Felix Street. With a design that is sensitive to the heritage of the Williamsburg Savings Bank building, the proposed project at 130 St. Felix Street will transform the vacant mid-block lot into mixed-use cultural center that integrates expanded modern facilities for the Brooklyn Music School, alongside both market rate and affordable homes at the heart of the Brooklyn Cultural District and one of the most transit-rich locations in New York City. The proposed building has been respectfully designed in context with the Art Deco influences of its neighbors. In response to community feedback, the overall building height is lower than the shoulder of the bank tower, thus preserving the historic building's beloved stature while transitioning to the lower scale buildings along St. Felix and BAM, and features intentional setbacks that minimize its presence on St. Felix Street. As you've also heard, the project will enable the Brooklyn Music School, or BMS, a 110-year-old community institution, to better serve children, adults, and seniors with 200,000 square feet of additional space. The nonprofit BMS provides free or discounted music and performing arts instruction to over 80% of its students. And it's vital that we create opportunity for BMS to expand within the Brooklyn Cultural District, maintaining and increasing access to arts programming for all Brooklyn residents. In addition, this project will create up to 120 units of housing, with about 36 permanently affordable home ownership units for low and moderate families, earning between 70 to 100% of the area median income. The global pandemic and its impact on our local economy has only exacerbated the affordability crisis in our city. And it's critical that we locate affordable housing in transit-rich locations where residents can access jobs and resources both across our city and the region. This is a rare opportunity for residents to own a home and build equity in a downtown Brooklyn historic district. And nowhere is this affordable home ownership opportunity more appropriate than across the street from Atlantic Terminal. We enthusiastically support this project and urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Okay, next person, whoever.
Charlotte, you're on mute.
Terry Grice. Okay. That person isn't here, so we'll move on to the next person.
Terry Grace is unable to unmute. Just a note to all participants. The host is not able to unmute you. That is a Webex feature that's built in for privacy and security reasons. So participants must be able to find the unmute button themselves.
Next, Sandy Rayburn.
Thank you for letting me speak. Good evening. I speak against this 130 St. Felix inappropriate rezoning project, both as the president of Preserve Our Brooklyn Neighborhoods, representing many of my neighbors, as well as being a 31-year resident of Fort Greene. Because of the frankly unfair time limit constraints for the public to speak, namely me as a mere resident, I would urge you to review my emailed written testimony, which includes a forensic analysis in a memorandum of law filed in court by the president of the City Club of New York, Attorney Michael Gruen. It addresses and details the ULURP plan for the shameless hostage taking of our unique community, as well as the dismantling of the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District, ratified in 1978 by the very Landmarks Preservation Commission we are now suing. The proposed building will be more than 4 times the height of the tallest other building on its block and well over 6 times the height of almost all other blocks in the historic district. It will be a 265-foot anomalous skyscraper on a 50-foot remarkably narrow street of 19th century 3- and 4-story row houses. It will radically change the character of the entire block and of the district as a whole. Its excessive height will be visible from almost any part of St. Felix and the rest of the historic district. If the community members are to be fully honest about this project, this portends more adjacency approvals and even a redesignation of this entire district based upon the attempted precedent of this de facto de-designation. With the time I have left, I want to address the deception of these so-called affordable condos as a rationale. We must always challenge the hype by asking affordable for whom? I'm sure you're not unaware that the disparity of unaffordable units has flouted any pretext of supply for the underserved or even moderate income New Yorkers. It's a myth. If this gargantuan condo is permitted to be built, it will be the onset of the dismantling of our historic district and will be on your watch. The domino adjacency will be on your watch. The cognitive dissonance about this truly consequential negative project should not be on your watch. Please vote no. And by the way, this is not a nonprofit limited effort. You've got Muse School that is for profit and Laurie Cumbo giving many millions of dollars in anticipation of this project. It is illegal to donate money to a for-profit entity by tax-paying New Yorkers. So for the record, it's the Muse School that should be questioned along with the Brooklyn Music School. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Yes, my name is Sharath Datta. I believe I'm next. I'll start. Thank you, Chair Gordon and committee members. Good evening to the members of the community. I am certain that we will hear about displacement concerns here today, which are very real. I am here to ask that we not choose to fight displacement with exclusion, and I want to offer some brief context about who I am. I'm a first-generation immigrant who has called this district home for the last 11 years, renting in mixed-income, rent-stabilized housing. I'm a public servant. I am also very anxious that members of this community, many of whom are fortunate to already be homeowners, in saying no to new modern homes, are also potentially saying that they do not want any more of me in this neighborhood. With this proposal, what we have at hand is a choice really between two options. And what benefits does the no action condition offer to the community? Does it offer BMS exercising expanded influence on the cultural footprint of the district? No. Does it offer 26 new affordable homes with a path to home ownership? No. As I said, as an 11-year lifelong renter, that is something I am really excited by, but we're not going to get any of that in the no action option. We are also not going to get any significant contribution to dense, energy efficient living as parts of our waterfront district face the risk of climate change. Downtown Brooklyn is the third largest central business district in the metro region. We have to plan for the needs of 2024 and beyond. Jobs and people will come here, and if we don't build new homes for them, they are just going to compete with the homes that we already have here now. I am fully in support of this proposal and encourage the committee and the community board to also support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dada.
This is Terry Grease. I think I'm unmuted now. Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm the executive director of the Irondale Ensemble Project, and I'm pleased to speak tonight in support of the Brooklyn Music School, an organization that Irondale has been proud to collaborate with and one I consider to be of the highest quality. It's a linchpin in the cultural district of Fort Greene. For over 100 years, they've increased the value of living in this community. BMS offers a space for our youth where they can feel free and comfortable to express themselves while bringing them closer to the community. Its presence in our community makes for a brighter, smarter, and more vital place to live. For families throughout Brooklyn and now well beyond, thanks to its creative virtual learning programs, BMS's expansion will allow it to diversify its programs and partnerships and continue to provide its services to people of all ages and backgrounds throughout our community. As we look toward New York's reopening, some of us wonder if the city will fully recover. But it is because of organizations like BMS that we can be certain our neighborhood, our borough, our city will not only come back, but it will resonate with the music made by our citizen artists. And because of that, it will shine. I and all the actors and staff at Irondale support this plan to continue and expand artistic expression throughout the Brooklyn community in a new home equipped for the 21st century. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Grice.
Thank you. Next 5 persons: Lori Raphael, Beth Allen, Dorothy Ryan, Devin Mathis, Susan Spiller, Wayne That was actually 6, but okay.
All right. Step up.
Hello? Did you say Lori Raphael next?
Yes, Lori Raphael.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Lori Raphael. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. In the interest of time, I will not give you the background of the organization at this time. We submitted written testimony. I'd like to express our support for the 130 St. Felix project. This project will bring accessible arts to the area in the form of a mixed-use cultural center in the heart of Brooklyn. By providing affordable home ownership opportunities and reinvigorating the Brooklyn Music School, 130 St. Felix helps ensure the downtown Brooklyn Cultural District remains a diverse and vibrant community for future generations. The Brooklyn Music School has been serving the residents for over 100 years. It is more critical than ever right now to give nonprofits opportunities to survive, grow, and serve future generations.
1 minute.
The music school, this project will more than double instructional space, create a fully accessible facility, add new dance and rehearsal space and a digital music lab, enable eventual upgrades and renovations of the existing facility, and maintaining service to the community. It's the definition of transit-oriented development and is a welcome addition to the cultural neighborhood. Now more than ever, as we recover from COVID-19, we need to invest in this way in our neighborhoods and the vibrance of our not-for-profit community. And I thank you on behalf of the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Ms. Raphael. Next.
Hi, my name is Beth Allen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance, or DBAA. And I thank you, everyone, and the members of the Community Board too, for the opportunity to provide testimony and support for the mixed-use development at 130 St. Felix Street that will house the expansion of the Brooklyn Music School's facility. The organization I run, DBAA, is a network of 60 nonprofit cultural organizations in downtown Brooklyn. Our members include every presenting arts venue situated in the Brooklyn Cultural District, as well as a range of smaller venues, dance and theater companies, small galleries, and others, and is dedicated to fostering a supportive network of arts and culture and addressing issues that affect our work. The Music School is a longstanding member of DBAA and a treasured asset in the cultural community. Anyone who has visited Brooklyn Music School pre-pandemic knows that it is bursting at the seams. It is easy to see the need for space to expand, as well as for an upgraded facility. Brooklyn Music School is a testament to the growing demand for arts education, spurred by population growth in the neighborhood, but also by opportunities for careers in arts and media, as well as the recognition that arts participation is correlated with the well-being of both individuals and communities. In the past 7 years, the growth of BMS from serving 300 to 8,000 children, adults, and seniors really speaks to that the growth of demand for arts education. While the numbers alone are impressive, it is their commitment to offering programs that are free at free or reduced costs that has really been crucial to their impact. Over 80% of students receive subsidized instruction. The addition of a dedicated digital music lab and recording studio that builds on successful city-funded programs that engage at-risk youth and provide vocational training to recent graduates is but one of the many ways that Brooklyn Music School's impact will be furthered by the new facility. In addition to discovering artistic passions, students at Brooklyn Music School make new friends. Neighbors connect through attending classes, recitals, and other activities. Brooklyn Music School helps to make the neighborhood a welcoming place for all residents and fosters a sense of community. The breadth of their offerings, spanning dozens of musical and cultural traditions, is especially loved, and student performances for community audiences at the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Festival and events in Foley Square and other plazas are a visible example of the organization's contributions to the character and identity of the neighborhood as an important place for culture.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Allen. Time. Okay.
I can go.
Okay, sorry. I know, but you gotta keep moving. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm Dorothy Ryan, and I'm the Managing Director of Theater for A New Audience. And as a partner and colleague of the Brooklyn Music School, our organization supports the Brooklyn Music School's opportunity to reach its full potential of service to the community through this project. Our own experience in having a home within the community, as well as the opportunity to expand our artistic potential, audience, and breadth of programming, has been transformational, allowing us to significantly broaden our service. BMS currently serves more than 8,000 students, most at reduced or no cost, and deserves that same opportunity. We've gotten to know BMS and its strong leadership very well. They provide outstanding instruction and resources to families in the area, and I'm confident that they will make the most of this expansion. It's impossible to overstate how important arts and educational institutions like BMS will be for the vibrancy of the city as it recovers from the pandemic. The unique affordable home ownership component and commitment to set aside 30% of units as permanently affordable will provide long-term housing stability in a neighborhood where people already live and support the small businesses and arts and cultural organizations like ours that will be essential to the city's recovery. Theater for a New Audience supports this plan in order to aid our cities and communities rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. All right, next, who do we have?
Devin Mathis, Susan Spiller.
Hello, Community Board 2. LPC's grant of a certificate of appropriateness for this proposal came in contravention of overwhelming community opposition. Prior to that, CB2's executive committee's initial vote to approve it, absent any community notice or input, was an error in judgment and disenfranchised the community from participating in the initial hearing proposal. More than 100 letters were in opposition and received by LPC, 70 of which were subsequently provided to CB2. Further, after Gotham developers' minimal redesign and baffling inconsequential reduction of only 20 feet as a response to LPC's criticisms, additional correspondence from more community respondents pointed out the inadequacies of the revised proposal. These were also submitted to LPC, and CB2 was copied on all those letters in opposition after the fact. Now that CB2 is fully apprised that the community, finally given an opportunity, has spoken, and that this proposal faces overwhelming opposition, it is hoped that your vote will reflect the voices of the community you represent. Neighborhood constituents, residents, as well as those who treasure the landmark BAM Historic District, an iconic bank building which belongs to all New Yorkers, not to mention the renowned Historic District Council and the Society for the Architecture of the New City, objecting to this anomalous skyscraper, would hope CB2 will redeem its original error. This community has heard enough justifications by developers for out-of-scale development based on purportedly affordable housing, which few in our community can afford, as well as the cultural benefits branding mantra. This type of rezoning has been shown time and again to escalate housing prices while serving to displace additional local residents. Luxury condos will exacerbate the disparities and the deceptions and are now well understood in Fort Greene. Finally, the traffic on narrow St. Felix Street as well as on Hanson Place and Ashland is often at a standstill now. These streets cannot handle the additional traffic such an oversized building will bring. Thank you very much. We urge Community Board 2 to vote no to this proposed rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spiller. Next.
Susan Spiller. Wayne Ho.
I just spoke.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Ms. Spiller just spoke, so go to the next person.
Hi, thank you everyone for the time. My name is Wayne Ho, and I'm here to speak in support of this project. And I want to share that I have 3 roles of reasons why I support the project, and they're all my 3 roles that I'm going to share. First is I'm the president and CEO of the Chinese American Planning Council, We're the largest Asian American social services nonprofit in the entire country. And we are partnering with Gotham on a development project for a community center and affordable housing in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. Secondly, I live 2 blocks away from the proposed development site. So I'm a neighbor, I'm a resident, I'm a constituent. And third, both of my kids go to Brooklyn Music School, and they've been going there for years. So I'm a big supporter of the school and all the enrichment that they bring to not just my kids, but to all families in the Brooklyn community. So as a nonprofit organization, we know that during these tough times, the services that we provide becomes even more critical. But we also know that with the expensive real estate, that with shrinking government budgets, with philanthropy struggling in this market, that we need better facilities, better capital, and more support for the work that we do. And that's why we are a big proponent of the Gotham organization. They've been amazing partners to us as we've been doing our development project. We have been working with them for 5 years, went through a very rigorous RFP process to choose them, and they've been very responsive. And I want this community board to know, we've met with community boards, elected officials, neighboring properties, and any worry that folks had before the ULURP process, afterwards, during construction. We've continued to work with Gotham to be responsive. This project is within context of the neighborhood. I think it's important for us to realize that we need more affordable housing. We need more support for BMS. And let's keep in mind what's in the area. I think the best thing to summarize this is that my 10-year-old daughter is very observant and very authentic. And she said, BMS needs new space. We need more affordable housing in the neighborhood. Why do we want to keep an unused, empty parking lot? Let's get this project done as soon as possible. So I have my strongest support for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yes.
Next is, please excuse me if I mess your name up. Oh, first off, I think we missed Miss Beth Allen. So it would be Miss Allen.
We did Miss Allen, yes.
Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna mess your name up, so I'll just go with the last name. Kaitano, Caetano, John Flores, Howard Collins, Tina Fleming.
Hi, everybody. I am Chuaniso Caetano, and thank you, Community Board 2, for having me. I am in support of the Felix Street project led by Brooklyn Music School and their partners at Gotham. I have lived in Brooklyn for over 20 years. I am right near where the proposed location is. I'm also on the board of directors for 4 Brooklyn-based arts organizations. I am the executive director of Girl Be Heard, which is a Brooklyn-focused nonprofit organization that works with the youth. The Brooklyn Music School has brought the joy of music and performing to our community for 110 years. Its commitment to offering classes at reduced or no cost has not gone unnoticed. By focusing on low-income families, immigrants, and lesser heard artistic voices, BMS ensures a diverse group of students from all backgrounds so they can enroll in its classes. The Brooklyn Music School should be given the opportunity to expand the reach of its services and join the family of arts organizations in downtown Brooklyn. Additionally, with 30% of the residences set aside for affordable homeownership opportunities, this project will create opportunities for essential members of our community, teachers, municipal workers, healthcare providers, so that they can live in the community that they work and serve. For these reasons, I urge you to pass the Felix Street project. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is John Flores, and I'd like to speak in support of the project. I serve on the board of the Brooklyn Music School, and I'm also a parent of 2 children who attend the school. I've watched my children flourish with the help of this critical institution, which has fortified our community by providing enriching music instruction to a broad spectrum of the community. As we all recognize, music instruction requires vast amount of space in an environment where students feel inspired to learn. As a board member and a parent of children attending the school, I know all too well that the BMS facilities are lacking in space and in need of repair. BMS greatly needs an initiative like the one being discussed here today to grow the institution for future generations. I hope the community board will join the Brooklyn Music School in reaching this aim. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Next.
Howard wins. Tina Fleming. Shanti Major. April Alliston. Chad Lindsay.
Hi there. Hi, Chad Lindsay here.
Okay, Mr. Lindsay, 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hi, board. Hi, neighbors. I don't know. I'm sorry to say this, but if you think that throwing a music school underneath a housing tower is going to make the neighborhood better, you're absolutely right. I operate the Actors Fund Arts Center and the Mark O'Donnell Theater on Skimmerhorn here in Brooklyn. It's a building that houses a theater, a ballet school, and a community garden, but it also offers 200 units of affordable and supportive housing. And my job is to integrate artistic and housing missions in the building. And I can tell you, it works. It changes the character and the nature of building. Having an arts organization at grade is one of the best things you can do. I also sit on the board of the Downtown Brooklyn Arts Alliance, and I pride myself on being a generative and independent artist and arts producer. And last month, I brought a series called Culture Window to Skimmerhorn Street. And I watched Brooklyn natives walk by, set down their groceries, and be inspired. I watched them hoist a kid up onto their shoulder and watch a series of dancers or musicians do what they did. And that's the power of living in a neighborhood that is also home to creative institutions like Brooklyn Music School. They're critical to the vitality of our neighborhood. And so I add my full-throated support to the voices asking for the expansion of the Brooklyn Music School headquarters. My first-hand experience with housing and working in a building that offers supportive housing also lends to this opinion. Also, my friends, coworkers, and artistic collaborators, Brooklyners all, are facing the daunting reality of searching for housing that they can afford. The flight from this city is real and imminent, and we need to turn it around. I can't tell you how many people are moving to Kingston. This city faces an affordable housing crisis, and offering affordable homes and the chance to build homeowner equity is an essential. I'll leave it there. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Yes. Is Howard Collins ready? No.
Charles Cohen.
Shanti Major. April Alliston.
You mentioned Charles Cohen?
No.
Okay.
Howard Collins. Okay, so we'll move on to the next group. Did Wayne speak?
Yes, I spoke.
Okay, good. Thank you. Ayana Behan.
Hi, this is Ayana Behan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Bean.
Okay, great. So I'm calling because I am the president of Community Education Council for District 13. I am calling in favor of the expansion of Brooklyn Music School and the renovation of Brooklyn Music School. I echo a lot of the comments that have already been made about my own experience working with Brooklyn Music School to provide access to music lessons to children regardless of income level. And I appreciate that this expansion will mean not only more students have access to the wonderful education that they provide, because regardless of economics, but also regardless of physical ability and physical limitations. I want to just add on a personal note, 10 years ago when my own daughter started taking music lessons there, the wonderful people at the music school, Parviz, Valentina, and others worked with us to bring piano to more students at my daughter's school than would have had access otherwise. One of those students' mom wound up having breast cancer, and spending that year together in that space in the Brooklyn Music School provided a lasting memory and experience for me, for my daughter, and for that woman's child. And we were supported throughout the entire process by the teachers and administration at the school. And the more children and families that have access to that kind of commitment, love, and dedication, the better will be as a community.
Anytime. Thank you, Ms. Bain.
Thank you.
Next.
Enid Braun, Spencer Heckwolf.
Hi, my name is Enid Braun. I am opposing the project and I just want to make clear, I live in the north end of the neighborhood near the Navy Yard. I'm a painter, I'm pro arts, but there is nobody doubts how wonderful the Brooklyn Music School is. But it comes down, this is a rezoning, and this is not about the virtues. This is chipping away at the notion of historic districts, plain and simple. And the community board is supposed to be a protector. And if there's a decision that historic districts don't matter, that's one thing. But making one exception after another leads to just a complete abdication. And I found it interesting that some of the speakers, who no doubt are pro-development in general, are citing the context as Flatbush.
1 minute, Ms. Brown.
The district was created in part because of one Hanson. And yet now we're saying that this rezoning gets to undermine the whole concept of an historic district.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Brown. Next.
Spencer Heckwolf. Okay. Sorry about that. Alicia Boyd, Alex Rivers, Tyrana Carter. Those will be the next 3 people. Alicia Boyd, Alex Rivers, Tyrana Carter.
My name is, can I go?
Well, okay, which one are you?
I'm sorry?
Just give us your name.
My name is Alicia Boyd.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
My name is Alicia Boyd. I am the founder of the Movement to Protect the People and Flower Lovers Against Corruption. I noticed that the presenters talked about Lori Cumbo and the fact that they quoted her in supporting the development project. However, what they fail to recognize is that Lori Cumble has been supporting development projects like this all over her district, and she now has the highest rate of displacement and gentrification than any other district in New York City. So we have to put that into context when we quote her as an expert in development of affordable housing. The other scam that continues to be mentioned all throughout this presentation is the word below to moderate income residents that will be able to afford the quote unquote affordable housing. They mentioned the 70% to 100% AMI. That is not classified as low to moderate income housing. Not even by HUD standards is that considered low to moderate income. Low to moderate income is from 30% to 60% AMI, and this project does not have that.
1 minute, Ms. Boyd.
When we're looking at communities of color, see, we seem to be forgetting that our median income is $40,000. And so even the 70,000, the 70% of AMI would be at the high end of the spectrum where only a few people would be actually allowed to afford the so-called affordable housing, which traditionally has been only 5%. So let's just make sure that we understand that when we're talking about affordable housing, it is not affordable to Black and brown people. It might be affordable to a couple of other folks, but definitely not to us. And also, it was very disingenuous the way in which they presented the slides, because they never looked at the slides from the perspective of the historic district. They never showed you the impact, the shadow impact on it, just talking about, oh, we're going to be shadowed. Well, what about the shadows that you cast? That has an effect, and yet there was no shadow analysis, nor were there any renderings to compare this particular development project and juxtaposed to actually the historic district, which is a low-rise district, and its impact there. So I think there's a lot of
Thank you.
presentations.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Boyd. Sorry, we have to move on. Next.
Alex Rivers.
I'm here. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear you, Ms. Rivers?
Yes. Thank you. Hello, my name is Alex Rivers. I am Brooklyn Music School, what we know affectionately known as BMS, parent of 2 children, a former faculty member, and a Fort Greene resident. My role in those positions provides me with an in-depth knowledge of what the creation of new space can mean for the BMS and the community. I'm here to state that I stand in favor of the 130 St. Felix project. However, I do want to make known my concerns about the use of the space that BMS will be occupying. The Brooklyn Music School has long had a tradition of renting out space to other community partners and even provide opportunities for other schools to incubate themselves and eventually move on to other facilities that are better capable of supporting their mission. The addition of 20,000 square feet finally creates the possibility of the Brooklyn Music School to grow substantially and still be able to continue to support our community partners and other organizations. That capability will be hampered if the space at the 130 St. Felix Street project is rented out on a permanent basis to other organizations that also have plans for growth within that space. It's for these reasons that I'm asking that the following considerations be taken under consideration. Limiting the square footage of available space to rent to outside organizations on a permanent basis. Any organizations renting cannot provide competing programming to the Brooklyn Music School and must be aligned with its mission. Any potential renters should not present growth conflicts with the Brooklyn Music School. In addition, prospective organizations considered to rent should be cultural in nature and not private schools, regardless of non-for-profit status. Thank you.
Okay, I've just seen a notice here that we have 100 requests to speak. Is that correct? Because we cannot accommodate 100. Just that we have too many things that we have to do. We can do, Caroline, maybe 4 or 5 more, and then we're going to have to stop because we still have to do the vote on this, and then of course all the other hearings that we have, all the other presentations that we have as well. So we must move on.
May I speak?
Hmm?
May I speak? It's Hazra.
Okay. All right, Hazra, although this is really for the public, but okay, Hazra.
It's not about the building. If we have a public hearing, I think the people need to speak, and we should not have scheduled this hearing on a day when we have other things on the agenda. Just like we've had hearings on other issues, this should have been a meeting just designated for the hearing. This has been something controversial for months. And I'm really not in favor of going forward with an agenda when we have people who took the time out of their agendas to come out here to be heard.
We've heard all the
Yeah,
relevant
I don't know if
points, and
we
they're
could
repeating
accommodate
themselves.
100, but
Okay.
we should have set the rules before. We shouldn't say we can't hear anymore when we opened for a public hearing.
It is ideal, however, when we have these items on there are times, as you know, the time sensitives. If we don't do those other items as well, we lose our opportunity to speak in those other items as well.
You know,
So
Colton,
we really,
can I say
yes.
something, Colton? You know, we can amend the agenda. The other items, you know, a text amendment for a hotel, believe me, city planning will pass that without anything from this community board. I agree with Hasra. This is controversial. The community has to weigh in. And so we have to make a decision because we have to hear, because this is a land use issue. Everything I heard so far is programmatic. So we have a committee called Education, Cultural Affairs, everything else. All those sort of presentations can be presented to that committee because they're programmatic. We have to deal with a land use item, bulk, mass, everything else. And I didn't hear anybody speak to it or even recognize it or even to bring it up. You know, you don't live in a vacuum. You live in a community that's under attack by predatory developers. You know, and you can see it. Walk out the door and see what's going on.
He's just talking.
Please hold on now. I did not want to open this up for.
I know, Colton, but
take five more.
We shouldn't cut this. We should not cut
Ernest, hold on, please, Ernest. I've been entrusted with this agenda by the board office. They've asked that that these items as well must be done tonight, and we're going to proceed with those items.
Ms. Stanton's hand is raised.
I wanted to speak in support of Hasra's and Ernest's comments. I don't think it's right for the community board to cut off public testimony. That does not sit well. So
I am not happy. Okay, again, I'm not happy. We cannot accommodate. We cannot accommodate. Okay. We cannot accommodate that person at this time. We cannot do that. It's just too many. We can, and we have too many items that we still must do.
Chair Gordon, point of order. We're going to check on the legal standing of whether we need to require all public commentary. We will let you know.
Okay. In the meanwhile,
we have a testimony from someone you called on who is ill. He's a neighborhood association president. It's Howard Collins from the Borough Hill Association. I hope at some point you will voice whatever his testimony was. He said he spoke to you, and he also spoke to Daughtry. I would like to hear what his position was before the committee members settle down to vote.
Okay, now, what is it? Bill, go ahead, Bill, and then we.
Yeah, we're wasting time. There's only 81 participants here. There's not 100 participants. Okay, why don't we just continue where we're going and complete this? Because I'm sure we're almost done. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Gord, I think we should remind the committee that 70 letters were sent in opposition and 37 in favor. And I know many of you may not have time to read them, but I read most of them. And even the 37 that was approved, they wanted they approved of the building. They had reservations, just like this man who just spoke, Alex Rivera, about the Brooklyn Music School Board of Trustees is not listening to the community and their interests. So it was 10% of the ones that approved had issues with the way Brooklyn Music School was operating, the board of directors, and that the parents was not appointed on the board of directors. So that we need to just remember that.
At this time, we'll take a few more public comments, and then we're going to close the hearing to move to the meeting so that the committee members can discuss this and make a vote on it. Okay, I'll listen to, if Mr. Collins is there, I will go with Mr. Collins.
Mr. Gordon.
Okay, I asked for Mr. I've asked for Howard Collins. I asked for Howard Collins.
I asked Mr. Collins, but you got Mr. Du, because we have precedents here in Community Board 2 for this. We actually had a very similar circumstance years ago with the Clinton Avenue bike lane where 100 people signed up to speak and we could not complete the 100 in that night. We had already scheduled a second night. The other items on the agenda have a timeline. This one does not. So if we have to complete the other items in order to render an opinion, this one is not an emergency. We could always set a follow-up meeting 10 days in advance and have the speakers that we can't get to taken care of. So you don't have to finish. Right.
Okay, then I would suggest that we discuss that in the meeting part of our gathering. And you can make that as a motion. You can make that as a motion. And when we go over to the meeting part, I just want to get these other parts moving. Now, I'd like to hear from Howard Collins. I've been asked to give this gentleman time who is ill, and I asked to give him, is he there?
He's ill.
He's ill, so he cannot, so he's not participating.
But I texted him to find out where he is, and he said he gave his position to either you and Daughtry. So at some point, I would like you to give voice to it. That was the purpose of it, passing it on.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah, but we're about in-person talking now. We're not talking about Mr. Collins. We could deal with that. If he's not here, let's move on.
I cannot, yeah, we can do a couple more people, and then I'm going to close the hearing.
Okay, I will call Lucy Cortine, Tracy Richardson, Tina Fleming, Nathan Worksman, Bernell Gray.
Hello, am I on?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, this is Lucy Cotine. I just want to remind you, this is the community board, not the development.
Excuse me, Lucy. It's not your turn yet. Is it your turn?
Oh. Yes, I was just called.
Okay, sorry. I have you listed in two places. My apologies.
Okay. So this is the community board. The community needs to be heard. And John Dew is 100% correct. You need to assign another date to complete this hearing because people have set aside their time to be here and written out testimony. You need to hear from the people, not just the developers. So I am opposed to. Bring that sound off, please. Stop looking. This is not about the music school. This is not about.
Please,
Hey.
one person.
Thank you. Let me say this again. This is not about the music school. This is not about arts education. We all support arts education, affordable housing. This is not about affordable housing. This is about preserving a historic district. All over the city, we see our historic districts being eroded and more glass, steel, and cement soulless buildings being erected in their place. So let's focus on what this is about. You can have 1,000 people testify about how wonderful the music school is, and we're not denying that. But this isn't about them. This is about historic districts. And we need to focus not on the 30% of unaffordable, so-called affordable housing. We need to look at the 70, 80% all over the city that has increased gentrification and pushed out true low-income people and low-income housing. So stop talking about a miserable little 30% and talk about the 70%. That's the relevant number. So the focus is all wrong. It's not about the music school. Stop talking about the music school. It is about preserving a historic district, not letting these tall buildings infiltrate what's left of our beautiful history and beautiful buildings, and it affects all the citizens who have worked so hard to make a beautiful Fort Greene and a beautiful historic district. So forget about the music school. That is not the topic. The topic is preservation and landmarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Coutine. We'll take 4 more.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, all. Good
Ms.
evening,
Fleming?
members of
Okay.
Community Board 2. Yes, Ms. Fleming, I'm sorry. Good evening, members of Community Board 2. My name is Tina Fleming. I'm a lifelong resident and longtime activist in this community. I'm speaking today to support of the Brooklyn Music School's 130 St. Felix Street project for the following reasons. For years, while volunteering as my local PTA, I worked to ensure that public students had access to STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math programs from an elementary school age. Exposing young students to specialty programming that fall outside of the standard curriculum is essential because it allows students to prepare to apply for specialty public middle and high schools. All too often, however, we see that students from higher income families are exposed to their schools and extracurricular activities to engaging in STEAM opportunities, while students from lower income families are not afforded the same opportunities. As a result, students from lower income families are often unprepared to compete for spots in special middle schools and high schools. It is in the context of the Brooklyn Music School focus on using scholarships to provide accessible music education to students from all over and all economic backgrounds is so essential. The Brooklyn Music School diverse student body must be given access to sufficient space and facilities, which will be created by the St. Felix Street project. That is why I urge the community board to approve this project so that an achievable path for early arts education can be created for students' bodies that is truly representative of this community. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you. 3 more.
Ms. Church, you're muted.
Hello, sorry about that. Trying to get some clarification on the matter at hand. Nathan Worksman, Bernell Gray.
Did you just call on Bernell? I'm not sure. Or is there someone before me?
Caroline, go.
Nathan Worksman and then Bernell Gray.
I believe Mr. Workman has left the meeting.
Okay, but he did leave a comment. So Ms. Gray.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bernell Greer. I'm the Executive Director of Impact Brooklyn, also known as Pratt Area Community Council. I am also a resident of Community Board 2. I live on Clinton Avenue. I am here to speak in support of the project. As you heard during the presentation, we will be providing the homeownership counseling involved with the affordable home ownership units here. We spent quite a bit of time working with Gotham and reviewing the overall plan. And I would say that even in terms of living in the landmark district, the way that the project has been designed is one that fits much better than a lot of the other buildings that have been built in our district. If you looked at the design and the setbacks, I know that they made some significant changes. So again, speaking in support of the overall project, we have within Impact hundreds of families that want to own their home. I am able to stay in Clinton Hill. I was originally moved in over 30 years ago as a renter. I was able to buy my co-op apartment, and as a result, I'm able to still stay here. And it's one way to stop in terms of also being able to support people with, when we talk about gentrification and having opportunities for people to own. So I am for this project, and I just wanted to go on record stating so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greer. Okay, we got one more.
I just need to provide some clarification on the issue at hand about adjourning the hearing. The chair can stop the hearing at his or her discretion. The committee, if they so choose, a member of the committee can challenge the ruling, and it's going to be decided by committee vote. So I just needed to relay that. Next person is Elizabeth Morrow. And you said one more, and then
Yes, that'll be it.
I'm going to do it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Moreau, co-interim president and senior producer for BAM. I'm pleased to speak tonight in support of Brooklyn Music School's expansion. Brooklyn Music School is an anchor institution in the Brooklyn Cultural District and a valued member of our community and neighborhood. A new facility would be transformative for their programming and allow them to reach even more students and families. Additionally, the proposed project for 130 St. Felix would be on the same block as BAM's Peter J. Sharp Opera House and be directly adjacent to the BAM Fisher building. Brooklyn Music School is a great neighbor, and we are happy to support their expansion. We believe this project was conceived with the intention of meeting the needs of the neighborhood and the Brooklyn cultural community. As a closest cultural institution neighbor to this project, we believe the new building would be a reasonable addition to the block. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. At this time, at 7:53 p.m. by my computer, I am going to pause the hearing regarding 130 St. Felix Street. It's been requested to allow time for other people who wish to speak at another session of this hearing. So at this time, I am pausing the hearing and to move on to opening our regular Landmarks Land Use Committee meeting.
Mr. Carlton.
Mr. Gordon?
Yeah, yes. Bill?
Yeah, before we do that, may I suggest by a show of hands of the people who are still here, who has not spoken yet before we close the meeting, because I don't believe there are that many still left. So before we close the meeting, can we get a show of hands of how many people?
Absurd. This is absurd.
I
Come
am
on.
talking. I am talking, so let me ask the question.
Have an agenda.
Okay, what I would like to suggest is that we find out from a show of hands how many people are still left to speak who have not spoken yet. So we have an idea.
Everybody was told that they wouldn't have time, that you only had time for 3 more. So they left.
Mr. Carlton,
I'm sorry.
That's not a committee member, not a board member. Okay, so let's just continue.
Ms. Spiller has been muted.
All right. I cannot tell from what I see here how many people are
Mr.
still.
Flournoy, I respect the spirit of.
This is such a scam. You should be ashamed of yourself. Miss
Ms.
Rayburn, that is
Ms.
incorrect
Rayburn,
and not appropriate. I'm sorry.
Ms. Rayburn, you're not a committee, you're not on the board, you're not on a committee. This is work for the public. The public has spoken on this.
Mr. Flournoy, the spirit of your request is understood. Unfortunately, all of the participants in the meeting are not able to be on video. Visually, it appears that there may be 15 additional folks that wish to speak live. This is distinct from folks that submitted written testimony prior.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon?
Yeah.
I'm going to challenge your proposal to close the meeting and ask for a vote. Sorry.
Okay, there's a vote to not close. Your vote is to continue with the hearing. Actually, this is still the hearing. It's not hearing.
I'm going to second the vote. We got to vote on this.
Okay.
Mr. Gordon, I will conduct a roll call of the committee members. Committee members, you are voting to approve or reject Vice Chair Karstaffen's motion to continue with the public hearing.
I know which one. We can't vote on both of them.
It's only one, Mr. Duke. The motion is to continue with the hearing.
It's to continue with the hearing. Okay.
Correct. Ali, how do you vote?
Yes.
Augustus, how do you vote?
Yes, you can hear me, right?
Yes, it means yes to continue. Blount, how do you vote?
Yes.
Karstafen is a yes. Mr. Dew?
Abstain.
Lanoy?
There's only 15 left. Yes.
Gordon?
How can you abstain from your own motion?
Just continue, please.
That is a fair point. He did second the motion, Chair Gordon.
Yes.
To get it on the floor.
But he can.
Okay, continue the roll call, please.
Gordon, yes, continue or no, close.
No.
Howard?
Say Howell.
Ryan Howell?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Irene Janner? I'll come back to Janner. Johnson?
Abstain.
Stanton?
Yes, continue the hearing.
And Washington is on the line. Mr. Washington?
Yes.
The committee has voted to continue the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, give me the last, let's go through the last 15 that we have. Supposed to be last 15.
Because this is being recorded, please note for the record that that was a visual estimate. I can't count that fast.
All right.
It looks like about 15.
Okay.
Okay, on my list, we have Pierce Hilly, Colon from the Carpenters Union, Will Thomas, Jerry Worksman.
Good evening. My name is Pierce Hilly, and I'm here on behalf of 32BJ SEIU and more than 3,500 32BJ members who live and work in Community District 2 to express our strong support for this project. The Gotham organization has made a credible commitment to provide prevailing wage jobs to the future building service workers at this site. We estimate that this rezoning will allow for the creation of many new property service jobs. These jobs are typically filled by local members of the community, and because of this commitment, will pay family-sustaining wages, which help bring working families into the middle class. The Gotham organization's partnership with the Brooklyn Music School will also sustain this important institution for years to come. The Gotham organization has a track record of creating good jobs throughout their portfolio and a long-time partnership with 32BJ. As our members serve on the front lines of this pandemic, Gotham has continued to act as a responsible employer and has put the needs of their essential workforce first. We respectfully urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I think I'm the next one up. Will Thomas.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Will Thomas. I'm here to support the project as a representative of Open New York. We're an independent grassroots pro-housing organization. We support 130 St. Felix because allowing more homes here will help both to alleviate New York's housing shortage and also help to fight displacement here in Brooklyn. I believe everyone knows on some level that New York is a terrible housing shortage, but let me throw out some numbers just to remind everyone how bad it is. Between 2010 and 2017, median rents increased by more than double median wages. Homelessness has reached the highest level since the Great Depression. Pre-COVID, 1 out of every 10 elementary school students in New York City public schools attended from homeless shelters. So right now we need all the affordable housing we can get, and the 26 below market homes that this rezoning offers are a great place to start. That said, allowing more market rate homes here in a wealthier part of Fort Greene, arguably downtown Brooklyn, will also help to proactively prevent displacement. The census tract for the rezoning area has a median household income above the city average. This is a desirable neighborhood. And although the building will likely be many families' first choice, if the wealthy can't find a place to live here, they will simply bid up the price of existing housing until they can move into an existing place on the market. The families who would otherwise have lived in those homes will instead move to more affordable neighborhoods. And as displaced demand increases, up goes the rent, forcing current tenants to allocate ever larger shares of their income to stay in their homes and knocking those who can't pay to the street. If we don't let professionals live here, they're not going to disappear. There will further displacement pressures here in Fort Greene and neighborhoods further in Brooklyn, like Crown Heights, Flatbush, and Brownsville. By contrast, every new home here will spare a family that pressure, which is nothing to sniff at. We live in a city where there aren't enough homes for the people who want to live here, with horrifying human consequences. That's the terrible shadow over the neighborhood, the quality of life issue to address. I would ask the community board to prioritize solutions there over any aesthetic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next.
Jerry Worksman, Shane Stephanie. Please excuse me if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly. Jacob Baskin, Michael G. Jerry Worksman, Shane Stephanie, Jacob Baskin.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Land Use Committee. I wanted to speak in favor of this project. I live on St. Felix Street. I'm a big fan of this neighborhood. I love our beautiful brownstone blocks. I love our apartment towers, and I can't wait to have the new neighbors as well as the new space for the Brooklyn Music School that this building will bring. I can't think of a better place to house people in New York City than on what's currently a vacant lot next to one of the tallest buildings in the borough. New York City has a terrible housing crisis, and in order to address this crisis, we have to build new homes for people who live here and for people who want to live here, whether those are market rate homes as well as below market rate homes. In a climate crisis, it's also even more important to ensure that these homes are built next to transit and in places with good economic opportunity, and this location offers both. Next to Atlantic Terminal is one of the biggest transit hubs in the whole city, and I can't think of, again, a better place to build housing for people who want to access the opportunity that New York has to offer. Every person who lives in New York City is someone who has a lower carbon footprint than someone who lives anywhere else in the country, so this is an essential climate justice issue. As I said, living just down the block from this building, I can't wait to meet my new neighbors and welcome them to this wonderful community that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baskin. Next.
Michael G. Charles Cohen, Adam Brodheim, Angela Howard, Anna Raginskaya, okay.
Hi, this is Anna. Can you hear me?
Can you hear? What's your name?
Anna Raginskaya.
Go ahead, Ms. Raginskaya.
So my remarks will be brief. I am a passionate lover of the arts, and I empathize with the Brooklyn Music School desire to expand. And I think that Brooklyn Music School that's expanded is a great asset to this neighborhood and really will enrich the landscape. That being said, I am also a urbanist and a historic preservationist, and I question whether a 24-story tower above the building is the appropriate means for the school to expand. So I'm in support of the Landmarks and Preservation Committee taking a harder look at whether this scale building is actually appropriate for the lot. I agree on the traffic issues on St. Felix Street. I live on Hanson Place, and I want this issue just to have proper consideration, but not, I'm in support of affordable housing, I'm in support of music, but not in this vehicle that we are being proposed.
And thank you, Ms. Raginskaya. Next.
I don't have anyone else on my list. Is there anyone who signed up?
Angela Howard is
I
here.
can speak.
Yeah, you called my list. You called me after Adam, so Adam goes first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and community members. Good evening, Community Board 2. I'll try to be brief since we're at the end here. My name is Adam Brodheim, and I live just down Lafayette from the proposed site, next to Ralph's and across from Moe's. I study historic preservation at Columbia University and care deeply about preservation in New York City. I was extremely pleased to see that this project was approved by LPC last year. I walk by this empty lot on the way to the subway every day and am very in favor of turning it into something. 130 St. Felix is not just a contextual building, but actually is a lovely building that is replacing an ugly empty lot. This is exactly what preservation in 2021 should be. I am particularly pleased that the developers will provide affordable homes for purchase, not just rentals, and that they will give back to the community by expanding Brooklyn Music School. I hope that our community can come together and get behind welcoming new members of Fort Greene versus keeping an empty lot. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Brodheim.
This is Angela Howard. I know you're in a rush, so I would like to be brief. I'm speaking in support of the project. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm a brand new member of the Brooklyn Music School Board, but I've worked for a long time with not-for-profits in their capital needs in different scales. I agree with Mr. Brodheim that it should be a home run to take an empty lot and turn it into affordable housing that is really contextual to the building that is next to it. Brooklyn, and I think we also have to make sure that we advocate for small not-for-profit organizations that are living in buildings at the end of their useful lives that frankly are costing a lot to run and make it very difficult to offer affordable programming to the people who they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Caroline, Taya, do we have any remaining?
In the last group called was Michael B., Charles Cohen.
I believe both of those requests have left the meeting.
Charles Cohen is here.
I saw his name.
Ms. Spiller, please stay muted. If your name was called at any point during this meeting to speak, you have not spoken yet. Please find the unmute button. We would love to hear you.
You're at Charles Cohen.
Mr. Chair, I vote that we close the hearing.
Can I just give a quick update on the letters that we received, please?
Go ahead, Caroline.
So I wasn't able to read all of the letters because there were 100 of them, but I'd like to just mention the things that were mentioned the most. Of those that I read, there were 65 comments of the building being out of context to the neighborhood's character. And some of those comments also mentioned that there needs to be a buffer zone from the Flatbush Avenue busy downtown side to the more residential neighborhood. 2 of those letters mentioned noise. 1 mentioned infrastructure strain.
That was Mr. Cohen.
Sorry. Were you guys hearing me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Okay. 1 mentioned that a new building of that size would be a strain on the infrastructure. 1 mentioned corruption in the whole project. 2 mentioned the process, the LPC as well as the ULURP process not being transparent. 4 mentioned that the affordable housing component was insufficient. 2 mentioned traffic and congestion. On the letters that supported the project, and again, this was just a sampling, I went through about 60 of those letters. 10 mentioned supporting a valued institution. 13 mentioned the affordable housing being a needed asset. 8 mentioned that the Brooklyn Music School provides equity in arts. 1 mentioned the scale and design as being appropriate. 11 mentioned that they love to see a project built over or built adjacent to a major transit hub and reducing the need for cars. 6 mentioned that the project itself was good urban planning, and 4 mentioned that this was a community building project. And of the ones I read, 3 mentioned they supported it on the condition that the composition of the board of directors of the school changes, as well as a comment on being opposed to renting space at the school. And those were the comments received.
Thank you, Caroline. I believe we've gone through everybody who wanted to say something.
Mr. Gordon?
Charles
Yes.
Cohen wanted to speak.
Mr. Cohen, unfortunately, I've just had to mute you because there is a terrible amount of feedback on your line. Could you turn the microphone off on one of your 2 devices?
Okay, could he speak on my phone under my name, Susan?
Ms. Spiller, I'm muting you. Thank you. Mr. Cohen, you can hear me. I see that you're on 2 devices. We just need you to mute, turn off the mic on one of them because 2 microphones facing each other produce feedback.
Hello?
Okay, as the attendees' faces can confirm, there's still feedback. I'm so sorry about that. Mr. Gordon, I wonder if you would like to acknowledge our colleague from the Brooklyn Borough President's Office who has a brief announcement regarding the next public hearing on this topic.
Yes, go ahead.
Ina Gusenfeld, you're muted.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Ina Gusenfeld. I'm the Land Use Coordinator at the Brooklyn Borough President's Office. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Specifically, I'm here to announce our upcoming hearing on this application, which will take place on Wednesday, June 2nd at 6 p.m. I forwarded to your office the public notice, which contains complete login and call-in information for that hearing. I will note that our hearings generally continue unrestricted, so we expect to be able to accommodate all public testimony on this particular item. In addition, any testimony before and after the hearing may be emailed to askeric@brooklynbp.nyc.gov.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
It's
Yes,
Daughtry.
Hi,
I feel like I should convey some of Mr. Colin's comments. As Judy sort of pointed out, he called me just before this meeting, and I just want to do what I can to represent his comments. I think I can be very succinct in that his concern is that this is once again an example of the lack of upholding to the creation of the special downtown district, which swore to uphold transitional zoning between the dense urban core of downtown Brooklyn and the brownstone neighborhoods beyond it. I think second, his point was that this is yet another spot zoning, which sets a bad precedent for the neighborhood. And I think those were the 2 main items that he wanted to convey. Thank you. Those were his words. I'm speaking as Howard. Thank you.
This is Charles Cohen's, right, okay. At this time.
That was, I'm sorry, Carlton, it was Howard Collins from the Borum Hill Association.
Howard Collins, okay.
Fine, let's just move on.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's from Howard Collins. At this time, at 8:16 p.m., I am closing the hearing on
Before you close the hearing, Mr. Gordon, just be prepared that the community board is going to get blowback on this particular public hearing. That's all.
I am certain there will be. Thank you. At this time, at 8:16 p.m., we are closing the hearing on St. Felix Street. I'm now opening up our meeting, our regularly scheduled meeting, which we still have items to take care of. At this time, we're opening the meeting. We're starting the meeting at 8:16 p.m. for the Landmarks and Land Use Committee. Just so everybody knows my name, Carlton Gordon, and we have Daughtry Christoffen and Irene Janner as our co-chairs, and Karen Johnson, who's been doing a great job, thank you, as the secretary. I just want, before we begin it further, I just want to get if there any objection to the entry of or adopting the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. I hear no objections, so we'll move on. Thank you for adopting the agenda. I also want to, are there any objections before we go? Let's move this out of the way. Any objections to the entry of the April minutes from this committee that Karen Johnson has prepared and did a great job on?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. I hear no objections. So that has been the minutes for the April for 2021 have been adopted. Thank you. At this time, we'll discuss, there's a committee, either a approval or rejection of the 130 St. Felix Street. I think we have discussed this in great large amount. What I'll do is I'll just lay a motion on the table to approve the presentation for 130 St. Felix Street as presented. Do I have a second?
I'll second it just to get this going.
Thank you.
I wasn't willing.
Okay. Motion is on the table to approve as presented. Do we have any further discussion on this?
I have a friendly amendment.
Yes, Daughtry.
I would request that the height of the building and the number or percentage of MIH units be reconsidered such that the percentage of MIH that's delivered is higher than 30% and that the building defers further to the Williamsburg Savings Bank.
I'll accept your amendment.
Are we having discussion before we vote?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the motion has been laid before the committee and amended by Ms. Christoffen. Yes, Ms. Ali, what's your comment?
I don't have a comment. I have a question for the presenter. The slide number 26, I just need some more clarity on that space between the building and the Hanson Place. I wasn't quite sure what they were explaining. Could they put up the slides again and just explain that space between the two buildings?
Can that be done?
If I'm given permission to share my screen, I can. I don't think that slide number 26 is the slide you're referencing, but I will try to find that.
Okay, it might be 20, somewhere in the 20s.
Yes, this is 26.
No, that's not the one.
Okay.
Stephanie, why don't you have Melanie explain the court matter?
Yeah, I will put the slide up, but if Melanie could begin.
Yeah.
So one of the waivers that we're asking for is a court waiver. And what you're looking at right now is what's really the party wall between the One Hanson building and the site, the 130 Felix Street site. And you can kind of tell that there's a very shallow recess in the existing party wall. And on the other side of all of those windows is a fire escape for the One Hanson building. So when we when we be constructing the 130 St. Felix Street building, we'll be building right up against the lot line. And then we can't sort of fill in that space because it's on the One Hanson Street property. So I don't know if it's possible to blow up, but you can see that there will be this very shallow space that sort of will be an open space between the two buildings. And that is, from a zoning standpoint, from a technical standpoint, is called an inner court. And the dimensions of that inner court are less than what zoning would typically require. So
are you going to be obliterating the windows in Hanson Place?
So again, they're not in anybody's unit. They're in a fire stairwell. So we won't be closing them. But there will be a wall that's a few feet away from those windows.
So that changes the whole architectural design of Hanson Place if it hides half of the windows that you could see on that side.
The building will, and we do have a couple of images of that as well. A number of those
Can you
windows
share them?
will be covered by the building. But again, this is, and you can see it's
even if they're not functioning windows in people's apartment, it adds to the design of the building, which is a historic building and a huge landmark for Brooklyn for so many years.
Yeah, so you can.
This is another reason why the height of your building is too high.
So again, it's sort of those windows are. It's true, it's part of the fabric of the building, but it's also the side of the building. Right now, what we're looking at is the side on the street, and that one recess within the building is a lot line condition.
Carlton.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Ellie, you finished? I just want to make sure Ms. Al
Thank
finished.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
I agree with Hazard, and I just listened to Ms. Myers and her attempt to explain something away that you cannot explain away. I'm really having a problem with this whole, and I'm going to speak from the land use perspective. I'm not going to deal with the program. That's another committee. But from the land use, I keep looking at this. This is massive. It impinges on the historic district, the Bath Historic District that was in place in 1978. And I'm looking at this, it's 50 feet wide street. You know, if it was on a 100 wide street, it might make a difference. It'll be set back. But this is up close and personal. This doesn't even belong here. You know, I have an issue with this project. I even have an issue with the Landmark Preservation Commissioners, because on their first review of this project, they were spot on. Spot on. It's too damn massive. And they told you that. And you came back with the same design. It's arrogant. Look at that. It's overshadowed. You know, I've been having predatory developers trying to impinge on the first green contextual rezoning. Another developer trying to impinge on a historic district. When does it stop? You take downtown as an aggregate. It's an ugly neighborhood. It looks like urban blight. This tall building. No connected systems.
Yeah, I did. It's
okay, hold one person.
Okay, no, but let me finish. Every, you know, whether the zoning text amendment that there was questions for, the special permit, the special down, it doesn't work. It doesn't. And I would have hope that at a minimum, before you came before the community board, even put this project together, that you just take time, take a breath, and say, you know, this is a historic district. How can we make it contextual? How can we make it fit in? Take off the, nobody asked you for affordable housing. This helps expand the school. It's about the school, supposedly. But now Brooklyn Music School is a housing development. It's amazing. You know, so everything that they're asking for, I wouldn't support any of this. Because from a land use perspective, I get people who talk about the glories of the cultural institutions, music and art, but they can't even see this.
Okay, Ernest, thank you. Any other
Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon, may I
Yes, my
speak,
turn.
please? Mr. Gordon, may I speak, please?
Go to Bill and then John.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I like the fact that we're looking out for BAM and that we're trying to help them out. I appreciate that. As many people have already said, we are all about the cultural and music aspect of BAM. But based on what I'm currently looking at as far as comments, okay, the affordable housing truly is not affordable for our Brooklyn district. The average household income, okay, is $90,000, but that's the average. That's not the median. The median income household for Brooklyn is only $58,000. So the affordable housing at 30% of AMI is not affordable. Okay. In addition to this, what we're looking at also, this is spot zoning. We have opposed spot zoning, which is why we did the entire envelope in the first place. Okay. So we stood against spot zoning before. We should still continue to do that. In addition, the infrastructure right now is overburdened. We're already having problems with the train system and everything else, buses, the whole 9 yards. We have basically said we did not want to see any more development of housing until we can address the issues that are currently going on with our infrastructure. So based on all those things, I am opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, I'm going to go now, Mr. Gordon. It's my turn.
Yes.
Now, I already said at the beginning, the infrastructure is a given. That they can't give me enough substantiation that they're going to build something like that when the block fell in with nothing like that. And there's nothing but train stations under there. So there's nothing that they could say that's going to give me enough standing that they should be able to go in. I don't also understand what they think the community is supposed to go through while this building is being erected. I will tell you, the Landmarks Commission loved the building and said they should put it in a different location. Period. That's what we should have been focusing on. We love the music school. We were set up, actually. The music school got together with the developer and presented us with a very controversial and difficult proposal. That's not fair. That's really not fair to the community. We should not have been put in this position in the first place. We knew we were going to get this level of controversy, but it's real. Folks feel what they feel. So the music school by itself is fine. So yeah, let's build a music school. Approve the music school and nothing above it. That should be the motion. Approve the music school. And this way we're giving everything to everybody. But that's not what's before us. We can't do this. It's not going to work on a whole host of levels, but structurally is the first thing we need to take into account. I don't have any assurance that with the past situation that this is a plausible project for that location. Not to mention that in Community Board 2, when we did the upzoning of 2004, there was agreement that there would be no skyscrapers or tall buildings built outside of the downtown district. You gotta go by your word. Don't talk about affordable housing. That's a whole different conversation. That's not the kind of affordable housing that we need to be looking for. As I have been preaching recently, we have 100,000 homeless people. Where's the housing for homeless people? Why didn't we get a proposal to house some of those homeless people? They're picking and choosing who they wish to accommodate. That's what we've been doing in this city forever, and that's why we are in the position that we are in. We have to take a strong point. We took a point for the York Street station, and we got some benefits from saying no. We can't continue to say yes and then get nothing for it. This developer did not ask the community what the community wants. They got together with somebody in the community and came up with a plan. That's not talking to the whole community. We are a community board. You got to talk to all of us. Unfortunately, the developer chose to not do that. I didn't get a proposal. I didn't get a proposal for making
It's Brian from Gotham. It's Brian from Gotham. Can I say something of the record, please?
Not while I'm.
Well, no, at this time, hold on. We're really in the middle of the discussion, Brian. So hang on.
So
Judy Stanton
hand raised.
Mr. Jordan, I'm going to be very frank here. And I said that when I joined this community board, I'm going to be frank with you. The executive committee did not do us any favors when they approved this in the landmarks committee in the first pandemic. You didn't reach out to us to find out what the opinions were from the board members, from the people on the committee. That we were not included in that discussion. So this continued to go forward with folks not understanding the concerns that the community had. Unfortunately, the developer went ahead thinking that the community board was going to be in favor of this because the executive committee approved it. That is a fault of the community board. We represent an entire community. That's why there are 50 of us. Okay. And now we have the rest of the community before we make a decision. I, for one, could not be voting in favor of this. Okay. I'm finished for now.
Okay. And Judy Stanton's had been waiting to speak. Go ahead, Judy.
I asked Daughtry to clarify her friendly amendment. But I'll also say I agree with John Dew entirely. And I'm ready to vote no on the motion. But before I do, if Daughtry would clarify, I didn't think it was clear what her friendly amendment was designed to do.
That's a fair point. I don't think I was clear enough. And so I would clarify then that in terms of the bulk that, you know, I think the project is not only asking for an upgrade from a C61 to a C66 in that the FAR in the residential is going not only to a 9 but to a 12. So perhaps the bulk could be considered to be lowered to be more in keeping with the FAR of 9 instead of 12, and that the MIH be increased to 36%.
It's my understanding that would necessitate a redo of the project. So why don't we separate out that friendly amendment and vote no?
Well, so right now they are together. It's a the motion is basically before the committee as presented. I agree to it, so it's one motion.
Okay. So can we vote on the motion and it just wouldn't pass?
I'm just about ready to ask that there are no further comments or questions.
Nobody seconded this friendly amendment. No,
it's the amendment.
It was seconded by me. It was seconded by me.
All right. The friendly amendment. I know you second Mr. Gordon's position, but not Daughtry's. I didn't hear anybody.
But as the maker of the motion, I can accept.
I got you. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Okay, I can accept the amendment, or I could have rejected the proposed friendly amendment. So I accepted it, and so it's
on the record. I accepted too.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bill. If there are no further comments,
so the motion is still to approve.
Yes.
With the reduction in bulk,
right,
and the increase in AMI.
And MIH.
MIH, right.
MIH, yes. That's the motion. We have it before. Ready?
Can I ask a quick question on
Brian Howard? It's
Thank
from
you.
our committee. Yes, Brian, go ahead.
Can we just read out what the MIH friendly amendment was in detail? I'm sorry, I didn't remember when it was originally read.
Okay, Daughtry, you're on again. It's yours.
30%.
Well,
thank you.
in order to be precise, which deserves a degree of precision, I would have to sit down with the developer and the architect and look at the numbers down to the square foot. I can't do that in this meeting. I am happy to do that at another time. My intent was to respond to some concerns about the bulk of the building and the lack of enough affordable housing by proposing an alternative that perhaps the developer could consider. That would mean an increase in the MIH from the minimum of 30% to 36%, and to the reduction of the bulk from an FAR of 12 to an FAR of 9. Now, that's as much as I can say right now without doing some math.
Thank you.
So could the secretary read the full motion so that we know what we're voting on?
Can I ask a question? This is Latrell.
Who's Latrell?
Joe,
Latrell Moscow, I'm a board member.
I'll give you the courtesy, although you can't vote on the motion.
My question is for Daughtry. When you talk to the developer about increasing the number of units, can that also be for people with disabilities in that discussion?
That's a fair point. They haven't accepted my offer to sit down with them, so I don't know that I have any power, but I think that you raise a great point, Latrell.
Okay.
Also, I have one more point. When developers usually do the infrastructure in the apartment, sometimes it's not up to par, and there's a lot of things that's wrong in the apartment that the people have to deal with afterwards. How can we assure that if people who's putting together low income, moderate income, so they don't have to deal with things needing to be fixed afterwards? So can that be somewhere also, Daughtry? I hope you understand what I'm saying. Like the infrastructure, like the floors, the windows, the floors, maybe something wrong with the floors, the window, the air condition. Sometimes the structures in the apartment is not everything that the people in the apartments have to deal with that afterwards. And sometimes the developers do not want to help support them in that area.
Okay, I'm going to have to say, hold it. We're really getting far afield at this point, where we're even just considering whether or not this the committee is going to agree that this should even be built. So I'm going to have to say, I'm going to set that aside. I'm sorry, Latrell. There was a question for Karen to read the motion with the amendment. Yes. If you can do that, Karen, thank you.
Yes. The motion is to approve as presented with the following amendment: to increase the MIH from the minimum of 30% to 36%, and to redistribute the bulk or the FAR from 12 to 9. Does that sound right?
The FAR. You said the FAR from 12 to 9. Yes. That's what you said? Okay.
Yes. Are we ready to vote?
No, I need to call me last. I need to reflect on this.
Question, please. Thank you.
Okay, just go ahead. Read off whoever can give me a roll call. Go ahead. I don't have all in front of me, so.
Taya, do you want to do it or should I?
I would defer to Ms. Church. Ms. Church, would you like me to do it?
Okay.
Oh, either one of us can do it. I'm ready.
Go for it.
Okay then. Hazra Ali.
I'm still reflecting. Can you go to someone else?
Ernest Augustus.
No.
Esther Blount.
No.
I'm going to say yes. I know I'm after Esther.
Daughtry, yes.
Okay.
John Doe.
He said no.
Okay.
John, you're on mute.
Okay.
Illinois.
No.
No.
A large, loud no.
Carlton Gordon.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Brian Howard.
Yes.
Dana.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready. Can you call me now?
Okay. Hazra Ali.
No.
Karen Johnson.
No.
Judy Stanton.
I vote no, and I think Doctor's amendment has no force. It's a perfectly fine amendment, but it's not what was being presented. That's not what we can vote on. We're voting on what was presented, and I vote no.
Elizabeth Ginsburg. Is Ms. Ginsburg here?
No, I don't see some.
Anthony A. Belly.
No,
No, he's
not
not.
here.
No, never.
Eric Spruill.
Done.
And Alan Washington.
Yes, I'm
here. I vote no.
Thank you.
I come up with 3 yes and 9 no. The motion fails.
So we need another motion.
Mr. Chair, may I make another motion? Motion to disapprove the presentation as
Second.
presented.
Okay.
I second.
Who seconded?
I second.
Who seconded?
Felix.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. This will be a motion to disapprove. So yes to disapprove, no to not to disagree with the disapproval. Okay, let's read off the okay, roll call
Okay,
again.
I'm ready for the roll call. Hazra Ali.
Yes.
Ernie Augustus.
Yes.
Esther Blount.
Yes.
Dortrika Staffen.
No.
Chandu.
Yes.
Bill Flournoy.
Yes.
Elton Gordon.
No.
Brian Howell.
No.
Irene Janner.
Yes.
Karen Johnson.
Yes.
Judy Stanton.
Yes.
And I will call again Elizabeth Ginsburg, Anthony A. Belly, Eric Spruill, Mr. Washington Allen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 9 yes, 3 no.
The
So-
exact opposite.
It's the same opposite, yeah.
Yes, just virtually opposite. So it's disapprove. The application for 130 Felix Street is disapproved by the committee. We're now going to move on to, and hopefully the folks are still there from the City Planning Commission for the text amendments. You guys still there after all these 2 text amendments that are being proposed?
Carlton, what time is dinner being? What time is dinner arriving?
Sorry. I didn't pay
Yes,
the bill.
we're still here.
We're still
Okay.
here. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, so we have 2 Department of City Planning text amendments. I have the names Anthony Grande and Amitra, oh, I always mess you up. Amitra Manesh. Why do I always mess you up? Yes, from the Brooklyn Borough Office and people from the Brooklyn Borough Office of the Department of City Planning. The first amendment is in regards to hotels. The proposed zoning change would require the CPC approval for what is it they have here? For new and development hotels and tourist cabins and botels, commercial with mixed use for M1/R districts. Yeah. It would allow the commission to ensure that the new developments do not significantly conflict with the surrounding developments. Go ahead, Department of City Planning.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I also want to acknowledge, as you mentioned, so Amrita Mahesh is here with me from the Brooklyn office of the Department of City Planning. We also have Barry Dinnerstein available for questions on this item from our Housing and Economic Development Division. I will be presenting this zoning text amendment that the department is proposing. You can go to the next slide, please. So this application is a zoning text amendment that would create a new special permit for hotel development across the city. So the goal is to create a consistent framework for hotel development and ensure that new hotels do not negatively affect the surrounding area. Next slide. So I'll just speak briefly about the hotel market in New York City for the past decade. By 2019, before the pandemic hit, New York City experienced record growth in the tourism industry and its hotel pipeline for the 10th consecutive year. So as you can see on the right side here, visitor trends peaked in 2019 with almost 67 million visitors, up from 46 million just in 2009. So visitor count was forecasted to increase even more in 2020 to almost 69 million. So, you know, and then on the left side here, we see a sizable growth in the hotel room supply, which is, of course, intending to meet that demand as the visitor trends increase. So between 2009 and 2019, the total number of hotel rooms in New York City, in the New York City market, grew from just over 80,000 to over 127,000. So in the past 5 years, New York City saw a 40% increase in hotel inventory. Despite this increase in hotel room supply, demand has also continued to rise. So this keeps the annual occupancy rate at almost 87%. So this occupancy rate is among the highest for urban markets in the United States. The growth of the New York City market of the last decade was driven both by international and domestic travelers, as these visitors are coming, of course, to New York City for the cultural offerings, shopping and sightseeing, as these are the principal reasons for visitors in New York City. Next slide, please. So rapid growth of hotels throughout the city has led to concerns with surrounding land uses. A variety of special districts have adopted special permits for any new hotels within those special districts. And notably in 2018, a special permit was adopted for all M1 districts in the city to address conflicts between hotels in the M1 zoning districts and the operation of industrial businesses. Next slide. And you can see on the slide here also just the map of the hotel locations in New York City and the distribution there. So over the years, rapid growth of new hotels across many different districts in the city has led the City Planning Commission to adopt a variety of special permits. And this results in an inconsistent framework for regulating hotels. Furthermore, in the C commercial districts and the MX districts, hotels have introduced conflicts with surrounding uses. Overnight accommodations differ from other as of right uses that they are in proximity to, because, you know, in some ways they're both similar to commercial uses and similar to residential uses, but have the potential to conflict with both because they're also distinct. So this unique distinction of hotels may require additional scrutiny to ensure that they are developed in ways that don't present conflicts with the neighborhood and local businesses. We also acknowledge a robust tourism economy is vital to the city's economic health and is expected to recover from the pandemic. So once the industry recovers from the pandemic, hotel development is expected to resume. And we note that the pattern of hotel development over the last 15 years still indicates a need to better regulate how and where hotels are built. So thus, the proposed text amendment will create a consistent zoning framework for new hotels citywide and allow the City Planning Commission to evaluate each hotel's development's impact on the future use and development of the surrounding area. Hotels provide an important amenity for all New Yorkers. And for this reason, have long been permitted with limited regulation in many districts with varied land use context in much of the city. I just want to note on the slide here too that so this zoning text amendment would create a new special permit, which any hotel proposed in the city would have to obtain. And in the findings for the special permit are listed here on the slide, or is shown here on the slide, which is that the hotel will not impair the future use and development of the surrounding area. Next slide, please. So this new hotel special permit will be applicable in the three types of zoning districts, which are listed here. It's essentially the higher density commercial districts, your C4s and C6s, and your C8s. Your mixed use districts, which are your MX, the paired districts between M1 and R, and the other M1 and R pairings that are found in the city. So the new special permit will apply to those areas that already have a special permit as well, falling under this category. I'll note too that the M1 districts will retain the findings from the M1 hotel special permit passed a couple of years ago, since those findings address unique concerns to light industrial areas. Next slide. So zooming in here, this is the map I just showed, but looking at Brooklyn Community District 2. So the sort of pink color area there is the districts where this new special permit would apply. So, as you can see here, most of this is the C6 zoning districts that are found in downtown Brooklyn, mostly in the special district there. And then a notable area as well in Dumbo. I think that's mostly the MX districts there. So these are areas where, today hotels are allowed as of right. And according to this text amendment, this proposal, hotels would be only allowed in these areas by special permit. Next slide. And similar to the M1 proposal, we would not require the special permit for hotels that are built for a public purpose, such as temporary housing for the homeless. So this means that rules for siting homeless facilities would not change. They would continue to be permitted as of right in districts where they're currently allowed. So we understand concerns that have been raised. We just wanted to note that this proposal is intended to address the land use concerns specifically related to commercial hotels and is neutral with the current policies regarding homelessness. Next slide. So, and then I just want to mention on the last slide here, because of the significant impacts of the pandemic and that COVID-19 is having on the hotel industry, this proposal also created several provisions to minimize the likelihood that the special permit will impair the recovery of the hotel industry. So these include basically these three categories here. So the first is modified vesting provisions. So this helps to facilitate projects that are already in the pipeline to be built. So projects that have filed with DOB prior to 2018, they need to obtain a foundation permit prior to adoption of this text amendment in order to be able to continue. Projects filed since 2018 and the referral of this, which was about a month ago, those projects would need to obtain zoning plan approval from DOB prior to the adoption of the text amendment. So in both categories, vested projects would have 6 years instead of the standard 2 from the date of adoption to complete construction. And then the second category is the exclusion of recent or active BSA applications. So these would not require a special permit if if these applications were approved after January 1st, 2018. Applications that begin CPC public review or are filed with the BSA prior to adoption will not require a special permit. And then lastly, the extended discontinuance. So the rules that require a change of use after a discontinuance of a use, which is typically is a 2-year time period, is extended to 6 years for hotels. Should they become vacant or are vacant, they would have 6 years to return into operation. So these provisions are meant to allow for a portion of the 42,000 closed hotel rooms to return, bringing an important industry to New York City. So that's our presentation. I'm happy to take any questions, any clarifying questions, and also we do have Barry Dinnerstein on the line who can answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from committee members?
Chair Gordon?
Chair, yeah.
Okay, first Bill, and I guess then Daughtry, was that? Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Question, could you give an example of where a situation where this would actually be an issue? Okay, so we can understand it a little bit better.
So an example of an issue with the hotel, being proposed
conflicting with yes.
Land uses. Yeah, so I think we can envision situations where the entrances and loading and certain aspects of the proposal for a hotel, they could have a conflict with neighboring uses, and so this would give the City Planning Commission the opportunity to regulate and manage those conflicts at the street level.
Okay, Daughtry had a question, and then John.
Yes, I have 2 questions actually. The first one is that, did I hear you correctly when you said that the Department of City Planning is going to review each special permit application?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know y'all had so much time on your hands. The other question is, if you could go back, or I remember looking at the applicability of this proposal to Community District 2. And to your point, I think you said, and I think the map indicated it, that most of this, the application of this text amendment would be in the special downtown Brooklyn district. Is that correct?
Is that, I think that area
and
as well
Dumbo.
As Dumbo. Yeah.
Okay. So my comment then is that Dumbo aside, the special downtown Brooklyn district is precisely where hotels should be. So having sort of another layer of review seems antithetical to the whole provision of downtown Brooklyn being a dense environment for office, residential, and potentially transient hotel use. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Okay, John Dew.
Yeah, my comment is similar to Daughtry's. We have to go on record that the city is paying a lot of attention to everything else except what are our priorities. So now we're dealing with hotel, we were just dealing with a music school and affordable housing and what about the 100,000 homeless people? Where is the city's plan for the ever-growing homeless population? So everything that comes to us, the city now has to deal with the priorities. But you answered my question from Daughtry. I'm finished, Mr. Gordon.
Could I clarify one thing? I'm sorry. I think the previous question was that the Department of City Planning would review all of these applications. I just want to clarify, I think you know, but just for the record that, you know, the City Planning Commission specifically, you know, would be the authority for approving the special permits.
Hi, it's Barry Dennerstein, and just to add to that, special permits are generally ULURP actions. So that means that every special permit application would come before the relevant community board, as well as the borough president, city planning commission, and then subject to city council review.
Can you project how many of those are expected in a given period of time, like for the next year?
We would not expect to have a lot of applications. I mean, it's always hard to predict, but we would not expect there to be a lot of applications.
Do we have any other questions or comments from committee members? Daughtry again? No? All right. Any others? If not, we have a motion.
To approve, John Dew.
Okay, I will second Mr. Dew's motion. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll carry a roll call.
I had a question.
Oh, you're Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, there was a line there about until 6 years from use. If it converts away from hotel, it can be returned to a hotel. I'm just curious if anyone has an example of what a hotel has been converted to in the past.
Hi, you know, as a result of the pandemic, a lot of hotels have closed and are looking for sort of perhaps short-term uses because the visitors are not really expected to come back in full force until 2025. So an example would be, say, a college dormitory. So in theory, a hotel could do a 5-year lease with a college to be used as a dormitory, and we know NYU has done that with 1 or 2 hotels, and so what we're trying to do here is to say, well, if you do something short term to change the use from hotel to something like a dormitory, you could then, as long as it's within the 6-year window, you could then convert it back to hotel. Normally, what happens is if you change the use to something that now requires a special permit, you would not be able to convert it back to that use except by special permit.
Thank you for the
We
example.
have, Brian, we have 2 of those conversions in our district. We have one on Duffield Street and another one on Skirmahorn Street. They converted from hotels to homeless shelters.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Can I just clarify that statement?
Yes.
On Duffield Street, that's just temporary due to the pandemic. They needed to do what they call de-densify the homeless shelter. That will be returning to regular use.
Thank you, Caroline. Hearing no further comments or questions, we'll take the roll call. Whoever wants to sound off the names. Karen, you want to do it?
Sure. Oh.
Or Karen, either one.
Right, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Okay. Hazra Ali?
Yes.
Ernie Augustus? Absent at this point. Esther Blount?
Staying.
Daughtry Staffen?
Yes.
John Dew?
Yes.
Bill Fenoy?
Yes.
Carlton Gordon?
Yes.
Brian Howell?
Yes.
Irene Janner,
Yes.
Karen Johnson,
Yes.
Judy Stanton,
Yes.
and we have absent members: Elizabeth Ginsburg, Anthony Ifeli, Eric Sproul, and Alan Washington.
I guess he left. All right, so it's 9 yes, 0 on the nose, and 1 abstention. That motion for the hotel passes. Now we'll move over to the fresh, they call it Fresh 2, or I guess something to do with fresh marketing. That's the second text amendment. And it proposes an update to the Fresh program to try to encourage development and retention of stores that produce fresh fruits, vegetables, and a full range of grocery products in more communities. Okay, so go ahead again.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second. Let me share my screen.
Okay, so there's Amitra's presentation.
That's right.
Okay.
I will be presenting Fresh. So the Department of City Planning is proposing a citywide text amendment to update the existing food retail expansion to support health, or Fresh program. The purpose of the Fresh program is to encourage more supermarkets in underserved areas of the city and to increase accessibility to fresh foods. There are 2 key components to the program: discretionary tax incentives and zoning incentives. The tax incentive program is managed by EDC and provides tax breaks for supermarket operators and developers seeking to build or renovate grocery stores. We're here today to talk about the zoning incentive program. As seen in the map to the right, currently only the tax incentives are applicable to Brooklyn Community District 2. The Fresh update proposes to expand the zoning incentives to a broader geography, including CB2, among other changes, which we'll cover later in the presentation. I'll start with a brief overview of the existing program's zoning incentives. DCP undertook a study in 2008 and identified a widespread shortage of neighborhood grocery stores and limited food options in many New York City communities. As a result, the Fresh program was created in 2009 to encourage more construction of supermarkets and grocery stores. There are specific requirements in the zoning for what constitutes a fresh store. A developer looking to utilize the Fresh zoning incentives must demonstrate that the primary business is the sale of food products. A minimum of 6,000 square feet must be used for food and other grocery products. A portion of that selling area must be used for the sale of a general line of fruit products, and a portion must be set aside for the sale of perishable goods such as fresh produce, dairy, and meat, of which a minimum of 500 square feet must be used for the sale of fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables. A percentage of the ground floor street wall of a fresh food store must be glazed and transparent. The stores must also display the Fresh sign at the entrance indicating participation in the Fresh program and that fresh foods are sold inside. The developer must submit detailed drawings demonstrating compliance with these requirements in order to be certified as a fresh food store. The zoning incentives available through the Fresh program are additional residential floor area for every square foot of fresh food stores, up to a maximum of 20,000 square feet. This applies in zoning districts where residential use is permitted. In light manufacturing districts, the as-of-right square footage for a food store is typically 10,000 square feet. Fresh allows food stores up to 30,000 square feet as of right to accommodate grocery stores more easily without further discretionary review. Parking reductions are also available with Fresh. The developer must submit drawings that identify where any additional residential floor area is being located within the building. There is no additional height available through the Fresh certification process, and the floor area must be accommodated within the permitted zoning envelope. I would highlight that the certificate of occupancy for any additional residential floor area obtained through providing the Fresh store is tied to the continued presence of that grocery store. So the permanency of the grocery store is very important for the stability of these residential units. This is also to ensure that a grocery store will remain in place and continue to serve that neighborhood. In terms of the review process, the zoning incentives that we just walked through are obtained through a certification by the chair of the City Planning Commission. This is a ministerial action. As long as the applicant meets the minimum requirements of the program, the chair must certify the application. But there is a requirement the application is referred out to community boards for 45 days. This is to ensure that you are aware that a fresh store is coming, to give you an opportunity to meet with the developer, ask questions about the store, and voice your concerns and questions to them. There is also a discretionary authorization process to seek height relief. The authorization allows a developer to apply for an additional 15 feet in height in order to fit any additional residential floor area that they are getting in exchange for a fresh store, or to accommodate any site planning constraints. This action is not widely used, as developments can typically accommodate the floor area within the underlying zoning envelope. Since 2008, only 3 projects have sought this additional relief in Brooklyn. Grocery stores are an essential neighborhood use, and the COVID pandemic has further highlighted the importance of having better access to supermarkets. In 2018, DCP reviewed the supermarket landscape across New York City and updated the Supermarket Needs Index, or SNI. The SNI was created to help locate where the largest populations with limited opportunities to fresh food were, and in reference with the Department of Health to determine the areas in the city where the highest levels of diet-related diseases were. Some of the criteria in establishing this index included walking distance to supermarkets, household car ownership, low-income households with children, and grocery store square footage needs per capita based on a national and state standards, etc. As you can see in the map to the right, there were portions of CD2 identified as high or moderate need areas per the 2018 data. To address the needs and improve the existing program, DCP is proposing updates to FRESH. The updates are based on the analyses that I just walked through, as well as a citywide effort to improve food equity. The FRESH update would expand the applicability of the FRESH zoning incentives to more neighborhoods. There is also a saturation provision proposed to prevent overbuilding of supermarkets that has occurred in certain other neighborhoods where FRESH currently applies. For conversions and renovations of existing buildings to construct a FRESH store, glazing requirements would be waived to accommodate existing built conditions. The update will also reduce parking requirements in lower density residential districts, allowing up to 10,000 square feet of fresh area to be waived from parking regulations. DCP is proposing an expansion of the FRESH program in 11 community districts. The expansion areas are highlighted in this map and include Brooklyn Community District 2. Here is a closer look at the community district level map. The expansion area is located east of Flatbush Avenue and includes Wallabout, Clinton Hill, and the Fort Greene neighborhoods. While the applicable geography is large and is intended to cast a wide net, I would note that FRESH is only applicable in commercial districts, including overlays, and light manufacturing districts, shown here in orange, red, and purple within the hatched expansion area. If development occurs in these areas, property owners would be able to participate in the FRESH program. The FRESH update proposal was presented to the City Planning Commission this morning and has officially entered public review. As this is a citywide text amendment, we are briefing and seeking feedback from all 59 community boards. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from committee members?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, Bill and then John.
Yes, I'm just curious. 6,000 square feet, that's a large footprint. Is it possible to have multi-floors set aside for fresh?
So right now we're proposing that the 6,000 square feet has to be contiguous and on the same level to ensure that it is accessible. Barry, I don't know if you want to add to that response.
Yeah, I mean, it can go multiple floors, but at least one floor has to have at least 6,000 square feet.
Yeah, I was also unclear as to how that 6,000 foot figure applied. But if you agree to participate in the program and then you decide you do not choose to or you close down, what happens to that extra square footage?
So they are required as part of, in terms of getting that additional square footage, they are required to do a deed restriction that says the space that was set aside as fresh supermarket must be maintained as a fresh store in perpetuity. So if the individual operator of a store goes out of business or decides not to renew a lease, it's an obligation of the property owner to try and find another tenant. If they cannot find another tenant, they have to come into the City Planning Commission and explain, what they did to try and find a tenant, and then the City Planning Commission, by an authorization, can relieve the property owner of the obligation to maintain a supermarket. As an authorization, it would come before the community board as well. So the community board would also have a chance to see what had happened. And we've never done it, in the 10 years the program has existed. But we would certainly ask, well, who did you show the space to? What stores looked at it? And so long as if they actually had done a real job of trying to lease the space, they presumably would be let out of the obligation. If, however, it came back as well, yeah, they can't find this store because they want a really high rent and it's just not viable, I think the City Planning Commission would be reluctant to let them out of that obligation.
But the city files the restriction against the block and lot of the premises.
The property owner does that.
Or the property owner does that, but
yes. But the city will not allow them to build the larger building until they have filed that restriction on their deed.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Actually, I see Brian. Sorry, I see Brian's hand up.
And Judy's
I think Judy was before.
Oh, okay, then Judy. Judy, then Brian.
Okay. I thought in one of your earlier charts, I thought I saw a greater amount of square footage being assigned to groceries rather than perishable, which I found puzzling. I would have thought you're trying to emphasize fresh, perishable food. In other words, fresh vegetables, fresh meats. Can you go back to that slide? Weren't you assigning more square footage to?
Taya, can you give me sharing privileges again, please? So I'd like to clarify something. What we walked through in the beginning is the existing requirements. So the existing requirements right now are that a minimum of 80% of the grocery store has to be food products. And within that 80%, 50% has to be general food products and 30% is perishable foods, which include
Isn't it the other way
produce.
around?
So I don't know, Barry, if you want to speak to that, but we
Sure.
were actually told during the outreach that even this 80% is quite onerous. And the fresh update would be was proposing 60% as the overall requirement for general foods.
So hi Judy, and you're correct. One of the issues that came back from operators is they're sort of saying, well, we really want to do more perishables, and the way you've got
You're
this
having
thing.
audio trouble.
I can hear him. Go ahead.
One of the things that came back to us is store operators saying we want to do more perishables and less sort of dry food. We agree, we want stores to sell perishables, fresh product more than sort of dry product. And so as part of the changing of definitions, we are changing it so that people have the ability to provide more perishable food. The key issue here for us, though, is we want stores that sell fresh product. We want what our grocery stores, we don't want to incentivize drugstores which sell food and say, well, we're a grocery store. No, you're not. You're a drugstore. The dollar stores, we don't want to incentivize that. We want stores that sell basically food for consumption at home.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now over to Brian.
Thank you. I'm curious just how many projects have been built under the Fresh program in its, 10, 12 years of existence?
So 28 fresh projects have been built across the city, and 8 of these have been completed and are open to the public.
Thank you. And just, I'm curious, like, if you have like a rough distribution in time, or do those been like relatively spread? Have those been like spread evenly throughout the adoption of the program, or did they skew more towards the beginning or the end?
Most of them have happened in the last 4 or 5 years. That the program started fairly slowly, and then has accelerated in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments or questions? Hearing none.
Motion to approve.
John
Motion to approve.
Okay, and I will second John's motion. Any comments or questions on John's motion? I'll just say that this is something we've been fighting for a long time, and I hope that we can support it. All right, I'll take a roll call. Karen or Carol or anybody?
Okay. Hazra Ali?
Yes.
Ernie Augustus? Not with us anymore. Esther Blount?
Yes.
Dortrika Staffen?
Yes.
John Doe?
Yes.
Bill Flournoy?
Yes.
Cotton Gordon?
Yes.
Brian Howard?
Yes.
Irene Jenner?
Yes.
Karen Johnson?
Yes.
Judy Stanton? Elizabeth Ginsburg? Anthony Ibelli? Eric Spruill? Alan Washington?
I assume Judy's for it. Did we lose Judy? Yeah.
Judy answered.
Yes. Okay.
I didn't realize I was muted. Yes, I am for it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Alan Washington?
Well, I come up with 10-0-0.
I guess Alan's not there.
Alan's left. I guess he's busy.
No.
All right. Okay.
Yes, because Ernie left.
Right. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
Before we dismiss city planning, I am asking, is there a website that contains all of these policies that we are approving that is easy access for the community board members to be able to go and know exactly how these policies work, what we discussed tonight? That's somewhere that is easy access for the community board and the community board members, not just for this policy, but for every policy.
Yes, we do have a web page for each of the proposals that we've been bringing forth to you. I'd be happy to send another link to it, but this presentation, which is on the board's drive, has a slide in the last page, which links you to additional information about all of these aspects.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Planning. Okay, now we're moving on to the Landmark Preservation Commission Certificates of Appropriateness. Hope the folks are still there. I have 89 Remsen Street. Are you still there? Yes? No? Again, 89 Remsen Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I know we have a long meeting. Did we lose you?
Looks like it.
Looks like it.
Can you hear?
Hello?
Hello. Yes,
Is
can
this
you
for
hear me?
89 Remsen Street?
Yes, it is.
Okay. 89 Remsen Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. And the application is to change the entire sidewalk from a bluestone to a concrete. Go ahead
That is.
and give us your
How you-
name
how's
and
every-
affiliation.
How's everybody doing? My name is Alan Myers. I'm affiliated with AM Expediting Drafting and Design. We're representing the clients at 89 Remsen Street in Brooklyn. We are proposing a sidewalk repair. Yes, a sidewalk repair, which is from bluestone to concrete. Let's start with our slide, if everyone can still hear me.
Do you need the permission to show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you received it? No.
There.
Yeah, we're working it out. Just give it a couple of seconds, please.
Okay, there we go.
It's loading now. Would you make
Great.
that full screen, please?
Full screen.
Do you need to wear your mask? It's the voice is coming through very muffled.
Yeah, I'm in my office with other employees.
Other people?
But yes, hold on. I'll just drop down my mask.
Cool. If you could either enter full screen or start presentation so it fills the screen, please.
Start presentation. We're not seeing where we have a button to start presentation.
I am no PowerPoint expert. Does anyone know, especially in Spanish, does anyone know where the play presentation is located? Oh, actually, presentación. If you click on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the left, please. Oh, actually, if you hover on the, okay. Is this better? Okay, I think you could go ahead.
Are you guys seeing it on your side?
Yes. The first slide that says proposing work.
Okay. All right, so let me start with this first slide. First slide is just showing the proposed concrete, which is 3,500 psi. Let's move on to the second slide, which shows the actual building. Okay, are you seeing this? The second slide? Okay, great. So if you look over to the right, you'll see the proposed area of work that we want to do. We want to take out that cracked bluestone and replace it with concrete. I want to show you guys the next look, which is just a project location, 89 Remsen Street, in between Henry. This is a pick of the block and lot. This is a picture of the current photo and a tax lot photo back from 1941, I believe. Let's move on to the next. Go to the next one. And this is showing the whole conditions in front of 89 Remsen. If you look at this, you can see that it's more than almost 80% of all of the sidewalk is in despair. And we would like to change that out to regular concrete. I want to show you other buildings, building 76 and building 60, which have done so already. If you look at it, you can see that they changed their sidewalk to concrete.
But they didn't have bluestone before. They didn't change. They just never had bluestone.
Okay, give him a chance, Judy. Give him a chance.
No. Hold on a second. They did have bluestone because the whole block is bluestone. So they did change it, right? Before it was the whole block.
Borough Hall changed from bluestone to cement. Brooklyn Heights Association, Judy, is this not something that is permitted in Brooklyn Heights?
It is not. It's explicit. The landmarks law is very explicit. The rules are very explicit. Their policy is to encourage the restoration of bluestone. That's a poorly done sidewalk. There have been some repairs that were poorly done. Probably initially some of the bluestone attempts at bluestone repair used inadequate bluestone. The BHA certainly does not approve it and wouldn't want to encourage anybody to replace bluestone with concrete. It's possible to do a nice bluestone sidewalk that'll last a long time if it's properly set. A gorgeous job.
It's also extremely expensive as compared to the cement. And again, Borough Hall did bluestone, and 10 years later, it all cracked up, and the entire plaza has been redone in cement. I think this is reasonable.
No. The entire plaza has not been done in cement.
I'm sorry, is the presenter finished with the slides?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll have our discussion. Go ahead.
You
We
take
can
it
tell
down.
that, by the way.
Can I say something?
Okay, well, let's first, all right, let's make sure, Judy and John, are you finished with your points?
No.
Yes, cement, yes.
Okay, John's finished. Judy, finish your point, and then I'll go to Miss Ali.
A certain amount of money was spent just on this application alone, trying to replace the bluestone with concrete. Money's going to be spent going to a hearing. That money should be devoted to restoring the bluestone. Borough Hall is not entirely cement. It also, there was a lot of wear and tear on the Borough Hall pavement when there were movie trucks parked there. A lot of Borough President's cars were parked in the back of Borough Hall. That's not a really good analogy, but in any case, it's not concrete now. It's some special kind of granite.
Borough Hall has concrete, but it's a special treated concrete that is stained dark to almost look like bluestone.
No, it's granite.
I just want to make a point that right now the city is digging up almost every block, and if they dig up a bluestone block, I bet you they're not putting back bluestone for the homeowners. I think insisting on bluestone is a big burden on homeowners to maintain bluestone when it's very expensive and not realistic.
We're supposed to be abiding by the landmarks law and the landmarks rules, and the rules require bluestone where bluestone existed.
We have approved concrete for other homeowners in the Clinton Hill district.
Okay. Daughtry wants to speak. I have a question.
I have a question for the presenter. I heard that you're putting in 3,500 PSI concrete, but how is it going to be scored? Is it meant to look like bluestone, excuse me, and will it be colored to be the color of bluestone? Can you give some more details, please?
Yes, that is correct. It's colored to be gray colored, dark colored, and bluestone. And we do have a diagram of the actual layout. If you'd like to see that, go back. and show that slide?
I think that would be helpful.
All right, so where's our share button now? Okay. Permission to share?
If cost is the issue, what is your cost comparison between the concrete and the bluestone? Has there been a cost analysis done here?
Yeah, roughly there'll be maybe about $6,000 difference from the actual 3,500 PSI and then the bluestone, the difference. Bluestone is very expensive, very expensive. So if you look at the slide here, this can show you the different layers of the.
You actually you have permission to present, but you're actually not sharing it. Go ahead and choose share, please. There it goes. Okay, we can see it now.
Okay, are you seeing it?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this proposal. I think it would be a real shame if Community Board 2 wants to put itself on record in trying to make a rules change for the Landmarks Commission to replace bluestone with concrete. I think it's disappointing if we want to take that step. I vote to disapprove. I make a motion to disapprove.
Sorry.
Not hearing a second.
You have a second? Okay, we have a motion to disapprove, and we have a second. Any
No, I said there is no second. There is no second.
I would like to make a motion to approve.
That's what I want to make. But we got to wait for this one.
So you second me.
I will second you.
Well, first we have, Judy's made a motion.
I will second Judy's motion. It's Irene.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right, so we'll do Judy and Irene's motion first to disapprove. It's to disapprove the application. We'll take it's to disapprove. Okay. We'll take
Mr. Carlton?
Yes.
Okay, may I make a request?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what the exact rules are, okay, for Brooklyn Heights. And I think we should, if it is a land use issue for this area, or sorry, if there's a requirement that bluestone be replaced, I think before we make a vote, we need to know whether or not that is in effect the law. Okay, to actually go against the law without actually knowing what the law is, I think would be premature. I would suggest that we lay this aside, have someone look into the rules, the law, and then come back and vote on it. Because we have two different.
I've looked into the courses. We have limited time. I'll ask the applicant, when do you have to go before the full LPC? They're giving you a date for a hearing?
Right. No, there is no date. As soon as we get okay from the community board, then they will approve the application that we can move forward with the installation.
Yeah, but there's no hearing.
That's incorrect.
There's no. Do you have?
Carol Ann has a response. Carol Ann?
If it's possible, maybe you can just table this for a moment. The information is available online. I can research it while you move on to another item on the agenda. No need to have.
Don't tell you that stone can be of the same color.
Okay, we'll hold the discussion while Caroline looks it up.
Yes, but I just want to say this board approved the change in Borough Hall. I was present for that vote.
Let Caroline look up what has to be looked up. And she'll
Okay,
get back.
so we could move to the next applicant.
Next one, the next one is 70 Hudson Avenue, which is in the Vinegar Hill Historic District. And the applications to maintain clapboard siding at the facade, cladding at the proposed new balcony, revised clapboard siding to match the, I guess, the facade at the roof, and then also some work on the roof. And let's see, what else do we have here?
Carlton,
Yeah.
is the applicant here? Why can't we just let the applicant make his proposal?
Yes.
Are they here?
Yes, we are here.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's let them go ahead.
Do I have access to share my screen? Great. Can you, sorry, let me go full screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here tonight and letting me talk. My name is Vanessa Aliseachuki. I'm here representing the owner of the building at 70 Hudson, Dale Nichols. Here to present the scope of work for some modifications at this property. We will need to amend and reinstate a previously approved LPC application, which was docket number 086590, which expired in 2014. The project was delayed due to schedule and budget, and the owner would like to proceed with completing the work. The designation report describes 70 Hudson Avenue as a Greek Revival style row house built circa 1828. In 2008, the Commission Certificate of Appropriateness stated that the proposed work would not eliminate or cause damage to any significant architectural features of the building.
Did this committee approve previously?
Yes. So this, in 2008, this was, in 2008, between 2007 and 2008, this went through all sort of the reviews and approvals, and it went through an LPC hearing, and we're just trying to sort of amend. We have to reinstate the, we have to re-present to LPC in order to reinstate the permit, and there's some slight revisions to what was approved, so that's what we're presenting today.
Can you explain what it is that requires a public hearing versus what staff could approve at staff level?
Yes. They have told us that because the amount of time that has passed, the items that need to be reviewed at a hearing level are the rear balcony that was previously approved. The rear balcony and the existing facade right now is clapboard, and the proposal was to replace the clapboard with cedar shingles with a thatch paint finish, but we are proposing to keep the existing clapboard, and will be repainted. I have a comparison. Let me sort of go. So the building is on between it's on the corner of Hudson and Water. These are the elevations. The elevation on the left is the previously approved in 2008. The elevation on the right is, sort of the proposed change. The items that are being revised are shown on the right with revision clouds, and I'm just going to call them out. So one is that the existing facade material will be clapboard siding. The residential entry will have bluestone treads over brick steps, and a solid wood door and skylights and transom. The entryway was already previously approved. There was a trim that was existing in the historic photos that we're adding back in. And then at the bulkhead, the railing size has been reduced to align with the deck. And there is a window that was installed in the bulkhead. The rooftop bulkhead, which was previously approved, was cited so that it was only minimally visible from a portion of Hudson Avenue. And in the previous approval, the commission found that the height and volume of the proposed rooftop would not overwhelm the scale of the building. Those are the items that are being revised at the Hudson Avenue elevation. At the Water Street elevation, there was a ramp that was proposed. New York City DOT actually did work on the sidewalk, and the sidewalk grading was actually regraded to the existing elevation of the storefront now. So that ramp is not is not part of this proposal anymore. The sidewalks were replaced with bluestone. The bulkhead, you can see originally it was sort of fully glazed, and the railing sort of ran the span of the building. The railing size has sort of been reduced, and the window with 6/6 to match the windows below. And then on the side, you see this, it says open porch. These were balconies that were previously approved. They had the cedar hatch finished before. Now they will be clapboard cladding to match the building. And when you look at the rear elevation, there is the balconies, basically the siding has sort of shifted because we're just staying with clapboard. And then the railing has been reduced. And the door, there's a window that the window size was modified at the second floor balcony. And on the first floor, the windows and the doors are existing and being used by the existing commercial tenant, but were not included in the original approved application. So we are adding them here to reflect the conditions of the building right now.
Okay,
this
thank
is
you.
a close-up of the building entry, just so that you see it. And that is, these are the.
Actually, I wanted to ask Karen Johnson. Karen, did you hear from the Vinegar Hill Association or group by any chance? I know we were trying to see if they were interested in this or not. I guess not. Are you still there, Karen? Did we lose you?
I don't see Karen.
Right. Okay.
Chair Gordon, Ms. Johnson had to leave the meeting.
Oh, she had to leave. Okay.
It's bedtime. What do you expect?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, question, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, you mentioned the rear door. Was the rear door part of the original application? Because it seems like it appeared now. Is that a new addition, a change?
It was always there, but it wasn't shown in the original drawings.
Was it approved in the original?
No, that's why we're showing it. It was not approved in the original drawings. I think, so I wasn't involved at that time, but I think what happened was they didn't know who the tenant was going to be in that space. And currently there's a restaurant in that space and they are using a portion of the rear yard. So they needed access to get into the rear yard.
So they actually put the door in without approval?
That's why we are adding it in. We're asking if that can be added. So
you're
we're
basically
showing it. We're showing revisions that are needed because this is going to have to go through LPC again.
Go ahead,
okay. Yeah. Daughtry?
Is the same thing true of the two windows adjacent to that door?
Yes, the two windows and the door at the first floor were not shown in the original application.
And then
So
one more question about
now.
Okay, and so one more question about the bulkhead. You referred to it in the past tense. So the bulkhead is already there, and are those 6x6 windows already in the bulkhead?
Yes, those are in.
So
we have been reviewing this with LPC. We haven't presented to LPC yet, but we have been going back and forth because they want to see photos of, where you can see, what you see from along Hudson Avenue. So we are mocking that up.
Initially, you're supposed to get approval. No, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
So this meeting is being here is just to kind of legalize what you've already done.
No. Well, the bulkhead was already, yes, and to make sure that we are doing everything correctly, right? Because we need to get a new permit to finish the work, right? So the work stopped midway and the permit expired. So there's things that still need to be completed, like the entryway stairs, the trim at the entry, the bulkhead and the windows and the balcony. And that has not, all of that has not been done. The storefront at the base of the building was done. The clapboard is existing, and we're just having it remain, and we're gonna paint it.
Are you changing the color?
LPC has said if we use the same color, then it could be reviewed at the staff level.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Okay, do we have a second?
Are we ready?
Second.
Okay, Bill, you had further questions, comments?
I think it's already been mentioned. These alterations are visible, correct?
At the rear, you're talking about the ones at the rear elevation?
At the rear yard, those are visible.
At the rear
Visible?
yard, it is visible. There is a fence, sort of 6 or 7 feet up that's existing. Above that, you will see it.
Okay, so what you're basically asking us to do is to legalize work you've already done.
That work has not been done. The work at the rear elevation. No, I'm sorry, the first floor, windows and door were put in by the tenant. And so if they need to go away, they can go away. But we're adding them in to see if we can have them.
And LPC will probably do that at staff level.
I think everybody is confused. I think this is
We're
not
going
an
in circles.
application. This is not an application to legalize. To me, we can go ahead and approve it, but I think it's unclear as to what is actually going to be required to go to a public hearing. I'm understanding that the architect hasn't yet had their initial meeting with LPC staff, or have you? Have they told you you're ready for a hearing?
We have met with the staff, and they told us we need to present to the community board, and then they can calendar us in to have the LPC meeting, but we need to meet with you first.
Okay, everything that you have presented is actually going to go to the public hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions or comments? We have a motion, seconded.
My only comment is that I don't understand how there is a stop work order and then the application comes to us. What work order was initially approved that is stopped that we are now approving? But don't let that interfere with the motion. Let's make the motion. I'm just making a comment.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded.
I think a quick amendment, I think, needs to be said that some of this work has been done already. And so it's kind of not, we're not judging it as a new piece of proposed change. Some of it's there already. Does anybody?
But without approval, right? They just did it by themselves.
Right.
Without any authorization. But it sounds like they're legalizing it. And if they're told to remove it because it's not legal, they will. That's what the presenter just said.
Yep. I think we're going in circles.
This is bad precedent.
Circles on this one. Okay.
Now, this is bad precedent. You can't.
Yeah, we have a motion. It's been seconded. Yes, Ms. Blonde. Okay.
Call the question so I can go to work in the morning.
Yes,
so I can have some dinner. I'm hungry.
Yes, we all are. Okay.
On your way home, stop over and bring me some McDonald's.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the roll call.
Yes.
Wait, can you read the motion again? I'm sorry, I lost my brain.
Motion was to approve.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve. Straight motion to approve as presented. Nothing fancy. Okay. So we lost Karen. I guess I could see most of it because who's left.
Let's do this. Ollie, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Justice, how do you vote?
That's the vote, yes.
I didn't hear that. Sorry. Ernest Augustus is no longer with us. Esther Blount?
No, he left.
Madam Blount, how do you vote?
Yes.
Karstarfin?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Flanoy,
No.
Gordon,
Yes.
Gold,
Yes.
Janner,
Yes, but do we still have quorum?
Johnson.
We
you
do,
do.
just barely.
Johnson is not here. Stanton,
Yes.
Washington is no longer with us. You've got 810. Thank you.
810. We just made, and we back to, okay, Caroline,
Remsen-
where are we with 89 Remsen Street?
Okay, with Brian's help, because that was a 200-page document, Brian was able to zero in very quickly on the paragraph we're looking for. Staff can approve removing heavily damaged or crushed bluestone pavers, but intact portions that meet DOT size requirements must be retained. All other bluestone pavers must be preserved. Heavily damaged or crushed bluestone pavers can be removed and replaced with new bluestone or tinted concrete to match.
Bingo, tinted concrete. Let's vote.
So let's vote. I vote yes.
Do we have a motion? First, we didn't have a motion. We have a motion.
Yes, there was a motion.
There was a motion to
Was a
disapprove.
motion, you're right. There was a motion to approve and it was
Ollie
seconded. So
votes yes to disapprove. Augustus is not here.
this
Allow-
There was a motion to.
Excuse me, can we just hold it 1 second? The motion on the floor when we sort of tabled this was to disapprove, to not recommend.
Right, that was Judy's motion. That's correct.
And
Okay,
seconded.
so now there's a brand new motion on the floor.
Okay, so
We didn't vote on the first motion.
we didn't vote on the first motion.
We didn't
We
vote on
Exactly.
Judy's motion.
It was held over for Caroline's
held.
information.
Okay.
The motion
So
we have.
let's take the vote on the first motion on the floor, which is to vote to disapprove 89 Remsen.
Right. Okay,
Ollie,
so
how do
again,
you vote?
No, not to disapprove.
No does not disapprove. Augustus is not here. Esther Blount, how do you vote?
No.
Karstoffen,
No.
Du,
No.
Lanoy,
No.
Gordon,
no.
Howald,
No.
Janner.
Yes, although I hate Bluestone.
You vote yes to disapprove.
Yes to
Yes.
disapprove, yes.
Matter of
Johnson is
principle.
not- Okay, Johnson is not here. Stanton,
Yes to disapprove. Obviously, it's not passing.
Washington is not with us. 270, floor is open.
Okay. Now we
So
have a
the
motion
other motion was my motion, seconded by John, to approve.
to approve.
Can I make one amendment to that? Okay, to approve the removal of the bluestone according to the paragraph we just read.
Sure.
And for the notes,
According to regulations.
that is chapter 10.7. Sidewalks, LPC guidebook.
Okay.
Can I ask a
So
question?
my vote is yes.
Can I
Yes,
ask a question before we vote? I know we looked at it. Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
I'm just curious. I know we saw like pictures of it. Was the proposal to remove all of it? I wasn't clear on that, or was the proposal to remove all of the damaged sections? Not the motion, but the
All of it.
You mean the
Okay.
presenter? You're
All of it.
asking that of the presenter?
I'm asking the presenter. Yeah.
Well, his application says is to change the entire sidewalk from bluestone to concrete.
Got it. Thank you.
The whole damage. That is the route down to Brooklyn Bridge Park. That bluestone is a problem when you are trying to walk down to Brooklyn Bridge Park down Remsen Street. The street is on a slant And when you get to that Bluestone and it's raining, it's just like not a good condition. And Bluestone is not even comfortable to walk on in the rain. The cement is the way to.
Okay, so we have the.
Can we call the vote? Can we count the votes? My vote is yes.
Yes to approve. Esther Blunt.
Yes.
Karstoffen. Du.
Yes.
Lanoy.
That would be a yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Lanoy is a soft yes.
Gold.
Yes, Brian.
Yes. Jenner.
Abstain.
Johnson. Stanton.
No.
Washington. Okay. 711.
711. So he got it.
You approved.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I make one more motion to adjourn and we table the rest of the agenda for next week, next month?
Amen.
I have no problem. I just want to let you know that one quick thing, a request for students from Pratt, if I recall correctly, that students from Pratt will be joining us. So I'll be turning over the community forum over to the students next month if they are going to be coming. Caroline, you said something about, I noticed on the agenda about a pipeline. Is it something that we have to discuss now?
No, I can send an email. It's just about the applications that are coming down from text amendments, ULURPs. As everyone knows, we're going to have the Gowanus hearing. Please be reminded, it's going to be on June 3rd. We need a majority of the committee members present for us to be there legally. So please adjust your schedules. For that, the committee meeting will be June 9th. And that's it. The rest I will send in an email.
9 o'clock.
All right, thank you. If people want to participate, what is it, Judy?
Us up in one of those hotels.
June 3rd? June
We
3rd
stay
or June
overnight.
9th when we need to be there?
The public hearing is Thursday. The public hearing is Thursday, June 3rd.
And
The
we're
board
required,
Pardon me?
is that a requirement for this land use committee?
Yes, it's a public hearing on the Gowanus rezoning. So the same rules as per quorum will apply. The committee meeting will be June 9th rather than June 16th.
Oh, I see, okay.
So we're holding June 3rd and June 9th aside. We'll go on this.
Okay. Good night.
We're good,
Thank you.
right?
We're good.
Okay, good
Good
night.
night, folks. Thanks for hanging in there. Good night.
Did we beat the, what's called, not transportation, but, what's called, Parks and Recreation?